Good afternoon, everyone. Our moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Ms. Babb.
Stand for Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Knox County Board of Education on April 7th work session. Our regular session meeting will be held next Wednesday, April 14th at 5 p.m. And a called meeting for consideration of the fiscal year 2022 budget will be held on Wednesday, April 28th at 5 p.m. Both meetings will be held in this boardroom. Please note that Ms. Owen will be unable to join us this evening. Mr. McMillan will be here shortly. The Naming Facilities Committee will meet to consider a nomination to name the gym floor at Austin East Magnet High School in honor of Coach John B. Foster Jr. Supporting or opposing opinions and required documentation must be received by the committee at least 5 days prior to the noticed meeting. Questions may be directed to the Board of Education office. Do we have any requested changes to our work session agenda? Okay. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Watson, a second by Ms. Satterfield. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And I'd like to turn to Mr. Watson for our vision mission spotlight for the evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Courtney, would you mind? Oh, you got me already. Look at you. You're on there. So these are some students from Beaumont Magnet Academy. So I must say, even though Beaumont is not in my district, I'm a little partial.
Can you speak into the mic?
Yes.
Thank you.
I must say that even though Beaumont's not in my district, I'm a little partial because my son attends there and my wife teaches there. And we love Miss Clayton. So our mission at Knox County Schools is to provide an excellent and accessible learning opportunities that empower all students to realize their full potential. And these are pictures of some of our students at Beaumont celebrating Black History Month. With one of our values at Knox County Schools being that of accessible learning opportunities for every child. I just wanted to take a moment to share with you all that this afternoon or earlier this year during Black History Month, a recent project was put together by 5th grade teachers at Beaumont Magnet Academy. I want to give a special shout out to Rachel Kimry, Brianna Hutchinson, and Heather Davenport, and certainly my wife, who's in the 5th grade there, for helping make it happen. This past February, as the 5th grade celebrated Black History Month, they put together a living museum for their peers. On the day of the event, every student in the 5th grade participated. The pride in the cafeteria and hallway where they were set up to perform was palatable. The kids were bursting with pride, and every kid was on a level playing field. That was the most beautiful thing about it. Every student had done their research and written a report for Black history. Every student had memorized lines. Every student had a prop. Every student felt successful. The BMA admin team of Wendy Clayton, Tracy Marsh, and Roland Blaine was thrilled to see all students get a chance to shine. Later that day, in an email, they wrote, "We were blown away by your wax museum this morning. The kids look great, and you can tell a lot of work went into preparing for today. Thank you for making sure all of our students had props. You could not tell the difference between academic levels, SPED, ELL, and everything in between. It was amazing. Thank you for your extra work and effort to make this day special for all of our students." That line there about you couldn't tell the difference between our students, to me, was the thing that hit the hardest, is that these students all together were celebrating the history of Black America, which is something that I think we all need to be more attentive to, whether or not we're Black or white or Asian or Latino, to really honor that history. So I'm thankful that BMA took that opportunity to do that this year.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. And now I'd like to refer to Superintendent Thomas for your report this evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. A few announcements for you this evening. I wanted to provide an update on a very important development that could impact how we offer virtual learning instruction for next school year. We learned today that the State Board of Education is holding a special call meeting on Monday, April 12th, to consider a rule that would affect the ability of school districts to offer daily virtual instruction in the upcoming school year. And that would be a little bit different than what we did last year. If approved, this rule would require virtual students in Tennessee to unenroll from their base school and enroll in a virtual school approved by the state. So our plan would be to open, and we've talked about this in our planning for it, 3 virtual schools, one for elementary students, one for middle school students, and one for high school students. So that might be the plan for next year, but we'll learn more about that. Each of those schools would have a capacity of 1,500, so a total of 4,500 students, and that's what is required and stated by law. So virtual learning plan could look a little different next year, but as we learn more, we'll make sure that we get the information out to our families and also obviously the board as we work through this. But so as a result of this announcement, we're postponing our enrollment window for virtual learning for this next school year. This will give us more time to obtain guidance about the state board's decision and to determine our plan for virtual learning. In the meantime, we will continue to have conversations with the state board. Additionally, this postponement will give families more time to consider the health protocols that our board is expected to vote on next week before making a decision. I do apologize for any confusion this may have caused. However, I do believe that waiting until more information is available will help every family make the best decision for their student. I would like to point out that this announcement does not affect our enrollment for elementary and middle school summer learning programs. I would also like to highlight 2 very important public meetings that are coming up soon. Next Thursday evening, April 15, the district will host a community budget meeting at Central High School. We try to host a budget meeting every year, but this year is especially important because of fiscal impacts related to COVID-19. In particular, KCS is making decisions about additional funding from both the state and federal governments, and we're eager to share more information about our priorities in that regard and to hear from our community as well. In addition, our Disparities in Education Outcomes Steering Committee will host a community meeting on the evening of Tuesday, April 27th. We're still finalizing the time and the location, but 2 important things will be happening at this meeting. As many of you know, the DEO's original 5-year mandate is coming to a close. However, we strongly believe the work of promoting equity must continue. And with that in mind, I'll be sharing details about the next phase of the committee's work. In addition, we will be hosting breakout sessions to get feedback from the community about specific areas, including academics, discipline, personnel, student supports and ombudsman, school culture, and communications. Please note that both our community meeting, budget meeting, and DEO community meeting will be held in person with additional safety protocols. They will also be live streamed. Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes my report for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Do we have any questions for the Superintendent, Mr. Watson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent Thomas, just 2 quick clarifications. One, I just want to be clear that did you just say on the April 15th meeting, we will also be discussing the ESSER funds? The ESSER funds?
We will be talking about, yes, the ESSER funds. Of course, the board has to approve any of those expenditures.
Right. I just want to make sure that was going to be a topic of discussion at the budget
Yes.
meeting.
Yes.
And then also for those who are considering coming to that meeting and possibly the DEO meeting, what kind of public health guidelines will we be following?
The safety protocols that are in place, we would request that masks be worn, and also, as best we can do, depending on the number of folks we have there, that physical distancing that be followed.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, great. We'll move into discussion of our April 14th regular session agenda. As we review the agenda, I'd like to move discussion on board policies 7D and 7E, which are Ms. Henderson's proposed policy change to policy 240 and a new policy J462 to the end, and group them with item 10C, since they have to do with our COVID protocols going forward. Please note that the new policy is a policy that would be for this school year. The other issues would be for the following school year. That discussion would also encompass Agenda Item 8 on tonight's work session agenda regarding face coverings and allow us to move directly from there to public forum. Is that all right with everyone if we move those agenda items so we can go through and kind of knock everything else off the list? Okay, that would be great. Okay, so if we could go ahead and look at items and contracts. Do we have any questions on 1 or 2? Ms. Babb?
Yeah, and actually, I have a question about 2, and I think it's 3. They would be together, and I
Okay.
don't know, is this Mr. Bolton?
Mr. Bolton, come on up.
Yeah, just looking at these, I mean, one's in Utah and obviously one's in Illinois. How is it that we're coming about having these partnerships with schools that are so far away?
So that's a great question, Madam Chair, the rest of the board members. A lot of times what we have with these are not, let me draw a clear distinction between our primary partnership agreements. Those would be places like UTK, University of Tennessee, Knoxville, LMU, and also Johnson University, where we actually push into the programming. Typically what happens on these, we have maybe a Knox County student, former Knox County student, or a Knox County resident that is away in college and they want to do their experience here in Knox County. Then we oftentimes will oblige that and enter into agreement so that we can make that happen. The one, particularly the Western Governors University, that is a fully online program. And so we actually have a lot of people who are able to go through the process of achieving their degree in a non-traditional manner. And this is that the student teaching experience that would allow for them to have that experience in Knox County. The other agreement, Eastern Illinois, that is a situation where we're looking at a person coming back, and that is actually a hard to staff position that we're looking for. So yes, there are some. We just draw a distinction between a primary partnership and a partnership agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. Any other questions? Okay, so we'll move on into 4 and 5. Okay, and then we move into, I believe, all the rest of these regard to prom. So any questions on 6, 7, 8, or 9? Okay, moving into board policies. I believe that we've discussed all of these policies previously in our policy review meeting at the first 3, A, B, and C. Any questions on A, B, or C? Okay, and then we're moving policy J 462 and C 240 to later on in our agenda to discuss. Okay, any questions on grants? There's one grant, A. Any questions on that one? Okay, questions on the contracts, A or B? Okay, any questions on C or D? Okay, moving into regular agenda items, we have the calendar, school calendar for 22-23. That's pretty standard. Any questions on that? Okay, no questions. Okay, moving into the COVID-19 emergency paid leave plan. Mr. Watson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have an idea? I know it's hard to estimate, but I'm curious what the potential cost of this is.
Mr. Bolton? Or Mr. Superintendent, whoever?
No, I think it's appropriate for Scott. We've talked about it. I'm not sure if you have a final number at this point. I know we had, we've heard from 3 individuals. I'm sure it's probably more than 3, but we've heard pretty strongly from 3 individuals. And purpose of trying to do this is that the change was made in mid-school year. If you were unfortunate enough to get COVID first semester, you got a break because you didn't have to use all your sick leave days. But second semester, if you happen to be diagnosed with COVID, then you used your sick leave days. So what this would do and allow us to let folks use up to 7 days. This would provide 7 days, so we could reinstate their sick leave. It would basically be treating employees second semester like they were treated first semester. But I don't know, Scott, you've got additional information about the cost of it.
Madam Chair, board.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton.
I think I mean, that's spot on. I don't think I can add anything to it. Gathering the cost is a little difficult
Sure.
because when you're talking about, well, a person may have used their accrual day, so you're paying for a sub. And so then determining that cost, if you're increasing the number, you're really increasing a liability as opposed to an actual dollar amount.
Yeah, the only reason I ask is I think anytime we're making a decision that impacts financially, we should have some sense of the cost if it's available. Then I have a second question, and this might be for you too, Mr. Bolton, is does the wording allow, I read through it and I want to confirm, does the wording allow for someone to receive paid time off if they're not feeling well and took that time off because of symptoms related to getting the vaccine?
This would not have that provision in it. Specifically, what would allow for this to trigger would be if a person would, for example, be suffering from COVID or caring for a person of COVID. It would require medical certification in order to trigger this.
Mm-hmm.
However, in that circumstance that you just indicated, that would be certainly something that would be under our current sick leave policy.
So they could under the current sick leave policy.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
All right. Anything else? Okay, thank you. All right, and now we'll move into discussion and possible actions on protocols related to COVID-19 for the 21-22 school year, and also the two policies that are before us regarding this. If policy J462 really is in consideration for this school year, can we speak about that one separately first and then move into the next conversation? Would that be all right? Okay, Ms. Henderson, would you like to present this one?
Yes. So my idea with policy J462 regarding student activities would be pertaining to this current school year. I've noticed a disparity amongst different schools where some schools are going full force with their end of the year activities, whether it be field days, 5th grade activities, 8th grade activities, and some schools that are not at all. And I think that by creating this policy, it would encourage all of our schools to hold their normal activities in a safe manner, but then it would create fairness across the district.
Okay, Mr. Watson, did you have a question, comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mhm.
So just to be clear, because the policy as we've gotten it says the 21-22 school year.
That is a
It's-
mistake.
Well, no, it says will go into effect immediately and will
And sunset at the end of that school year.
I think, yes. So correct. Yes, it will, if voted on and approved, would take effect immediately. And because next year still may be affected by COVID protocols,
Right.
would also go into next year as well. And then sunset at the end of
Right.
next
So it
year.
would affect the
Yes.
remainder of this year and this coming year.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So then another question I have is, Ms. Henderson, and I say this with all deference, who did you consult in in thinking through this policy?
Mostly parents of the
Okay.
community that I've heard
Okay.
concerns about.
Superintendent Thomas, would you mind weighing in terms of this policy and giving us your thoughts about it?
I will. And let me just start off by saying, certainly we'll do what the board approves, us to do with the policy. So that part's not an issue. I think the challenges would be is with it. And again, we can overcome the challenges, but we don't always know what school activities take place out there. That's been the autonomy is at the school level in terms of the activities that the schools provide. And again, with that autonomy, the schools, if there's a cancellation for any reason, that happens at the school level. So we don't always know that. So what we would have to develop, I think, is a system, obviously, where all the schools would need to put their activities, in whatever that system is, put all their activities in that system. And then for our grade level directors, our principals would have to go in or their designee would need to go in and if there's a cancellation, put cancellation in there. And then also, so the reason for that cancellation. So, it's probably more about some bookkeeping type things, I guess, than it is anything else. So,
Yeah.
but we'll do whatever, obviously, the board wants us to do.
Ms. Henderson,
Mhm.
I completely understand why you're proposing the policy.
Yeah.
And I know my kids have experienced loss and a tremendous amount of others. I think my concern with the policy is, to me, it seems like a purely management issue, which I don't think is necessarily the board's purview. And I think I'm especially challenged by the idea of the executive directors reporting to us on a monthly basis related to that. And again, I totally get why you're suggesting it. I just think we need to leave those types of management decisions to the district.
Yeah, I completely understand. This isn't requiring schools to have the activities, but it's stressing if we can do them, we need to do them for the kids. So it's not requiring them at any level, but if we can do them in a safe manner, which a lot of schools are and some schools are not, we need to be consistent across the board.
Can I suggest maybe a possible recommendation to you?
Of course.
Bring it in the form of a resolution that is advocating on behalf of the
Mhm.
board to the district to say, please do all you can, instead of making it a policy that becomes a management. Just a kind recommendation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Bab.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess a little bit, I mean, I completely understand and I want all these activities to go on. Whenever I hear anything not happening, I feel for these people. My concern is probably your second, not the first paragraph so much, kind of encouraging the schools to do all of this, but it is the second, at what level, which activities? I mean, there's so many activities by class, by grade, by subject matter, and it's like, at what level do we start managing are they happening and not happening? That's kind of what concerns me about this at a policy level, is sort of the cumbersomeness of it. So I kind of have a problem with the second paragraph, but I like the fact of encouraging the fact that we try to have all the normal activities for our students in a safe manner this year. So that's kind of where I feel like I'm coming on it.
Ms. Henderson, go ahead.
No, I completely understand. I think by keeping it a little bit more vague, I was kind of going for any kind of activities that are just normal, so that way it wasn't limiting, but anything that we would do in a normal year, we should try to do this year.
So, Ms. Christie?
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of a resolution. I mean, I think some of our schools are doing these things anyway, a lot of them. I mean, we're not going to tell them they can't do them, right? I mean, so I like the idea of a resolution, just saying, hey, it's okay if you feel like you can handle this in your school to, proceed as normal as you normally would. Otherwise, because I think that my concern with the policy is all these plans that are already taking place, are they going to suddenly be put to a halt if it's not approved? I mean, I like the idea of a resolution, just in the sense that it's kind of gives more leeway there.
Okay, I think the way this is worded, just for clarification, is if they're canceling an event. That was your idea, not to do it. Okay. Okay, Ms. Satterfield, and then we'll go to Mr. McMillan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I appreciate this approach to encouraging, especially since of the level that we have come so far. So trying to find that normalcy within our schools. My only concern, and I'm not opposed to the resolution either, but my only concern is that I would like this to start after the end of the school year, just because of the logistics that might come about of making something like this happen. With us only having like less than 6 weeks to go, I don't know, could be making it up, but it just feels like another burden on our school level staff if we start it right now.
Mr. McMillan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I look at it somewhat from a fairness standpoint, and I don't mean to step on anybody's toes, or pick on anybody, certainly not the superintendent. But in reference to what you were saying, Mr. Watson, the administration sometimes, and that's a broad group when we talk about the administration, for whatever reason, chooses not to address it. And when they do not address it, then I think it becomes imperative that from a fairness and consistency standpoint, the board bring it up and do more than just a resolution. In my opinion, and I know people will disagree with me, that's fine. But a resolution, we don't even need to take a vote on it. We can just say, oh, they kicked it around for about 10 minutes and said they would like for us to look at this. You know, the people that want to do it will do it. You know, a resolution is not in my opinion, is not a binding or a call to take any action. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bounds?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. We've seen resolutions passed and there is no call to action with that. And I just think what Ms. Henderson is trying to address is the disparity or the discrepancy, might be a better word, from school to school. And there may be a better way to do it. I don't know, but I think that sending a clear message that we expect you to have these activities, if at all possible. I'm all about principal autonomy, but this has been a very unusual year. And I think that it is very difficult when in communities where you have two schools and one school is holding the parade down the hallway for all the, I know AE was the first school to start it, I think, where, the seniors came back to the elementary school to be role models, and AE does that. But, at another school close to AE, say a Fulton, where the communities that are mixed, they don't agree to it. So I just think there may be a better way, but I don't think a resolution is the answer either, because there is no teeth to a resolution. And I think that the intent was to make sure that all schools are abiding by this so that all students have the same opportunities as school draws to a close.
Thank you, Ms. Bounds. I think Mr. Watson, then Mr. McMillan, and then Ms. Babb.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Mr. McMillan, I agree that sometimes the board needs to step in. So I did talk to every administrator in my district related to this policy, and all of them had extreme concern about the management of it. It's not the issue of whether or not we should provide activities for kids. I mean, everybody in the district, I think, would be for that. That's not the issue. It's purely from an execution and management standpoint. So, Ms. Henderson, I guess what I would say is I can get behind anything that supports our kids experiencing those types of things, but if it adds a layer of management to the board, I think that's where my challenge is going to be. So, thank you.
Mr. McMillan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to make one quick comment, but before I do, I want to address what Mr. Watson said. Are you saying that some people could address it in one school and others couldn't? Is it, why could somebody do something over here and manage it in this school outside of your district? Or did I misunderstand what you were saying?
I'm not talking about the management at the school level. What I'm saying is that I would guess if you look back, this board, in the history of this board, has never been asked to determine whether or not schools are canceling or approving these types of events. And one of the reasons why I think, and I know this is an extreme situation with the pandemic, but the idea of executive directors reporting to us every month about things that are being canceled or whatever, this board has a lot of really important issues to address. And I don't think that the idea of us getting into the weeds with 89 plus schools about whether or not they're doing traditional activities, I want to encourage it. I want to support it. I want to fund it. I want to do all those things, but I don't think this board should be managing it. That's my concern.
Mr. Watson, we don't have to get into it at 89 schools if the administrators will do what we tell them to do, or the superintendent tells them to do. Superintendent, I'm assuming whatever we say the superintendent is going to direct them to
Yeah.
do that.
I would be all for the superintendent taking this on and deciding how he wants to proceed. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, what just a
Oh,
minute.
sorry. Okay.
I'm gonna get to my comment,
Okay.
and I will be brief. I don't know whether we have any administrators that are of this mindset today, but a few years back, I had an administrator at the high school level that on more than one occasion told me, and I want you to think about this, it's easier to ask forgiveness than it is permission to do so. And that's the way 15 years ago, that's the way a lot of people looked at it from administrative, particularly at the high school level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McMillan. Ms. Babb, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if, like I said, I don't even mind if it's a policy, whatever, and it's the first paragraph I don't have a problem with. I'm wondering if the second one, if maybe Ms. Henderson could talk to like the head of elementary schools and the head of middle and high schools and just see if there's a way to manage this that none of us want a burden on our schools. I mean, I think we all this year, there's been a lot of burden. So,
Right.
I think your intent is good. It's how can we do this with your same intent, but not causing undue bureaucracy and things like that. And maybe just a conversation with them, we can maybe sort this out a little bit better.
Yeah, I'm happy to have that conversation because I am not one to micromanage at all. I'm just trying to provide these activities for kids. And, if you cannot provide these activities when other schools can, why are you not doing that when other schools are doing it in a safe manner? And, monthly, I'm not talking about a PTO lunch for your teachers. I'm talking about big traditional, some schools are having safety patrol this year, some are not. Why is that? Some are doing field days, some are not doing field days. Why is that? And so that kind of accountability and, I'm not looking to micromanage or make it a burden, but this has been a burden on our children. So that's what I'm trying to take away from the children.
Thank you, Ms. Henderson. So it sounds like that most people can get behind the first paragraph. The second one, maybe you can have some conversation to figure out a better way. But I agree with a couple of the points that have been made that, we govern by policy. I feel like if we pass a resolution, it's a friendly suggestion, whereas if we pass a policy, it's what we expect to happen. And I think that it does leave room for interpretation unless we have a policy. And certainly it seems like with the state of where we are right now, that there would be no reason not to have normal things at the end of the school year and at the beginning of the school year. So I appreciate your intent with this, and I hope we can figure out a way to come to some agreement on it.
I
Ms.
agree.
Henderson.
And I just have one other question, probably for you, Mr. Dupler, because this is time sensitive. Is there any way to waive first reading? I can have conversations this week and we can do second reading next week at the meeting. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Henderson. Yes, I mean, when you ask for the vote next week, you could also ask for a vote before the policy to waive first reading. And again, I mean, the purpose of this meeting tonight is to have this discussion. So if you want to make any type of changes, corrections, or whatever you'd like to do to this policy, that can be done between now and next week as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Miss Christie, did you have?
And I can support that too. I think we all want things to be as normal as possible for the kids. I guess the other concern is the traditional activities. If we could just make sure that that's really clear, that we're not like, not all schools might have. I mean, maybe we shouldn't say what these traditions are, because maybe not all schools have hug lines, and then somebody might decide, hey, I want my school to have a hug line. So, I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
you
yeah, I know
can't
what you
list
mean.
all those
Yeah.
traditions. So
Yeah.
maybe if you could
Yeah.
just say
That's what I was just saying, including,
the
but not
normal
limited to.
traditions, and maybe
Yeah.
not say what they.
Kind of what they are. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
Mr. McMillan?
One last comment. If you're an administrator and you don't know what the traditional activities that kids do this day, then you ought to pick up the phone, call some of your colleagues, or you should resign, one of the two, if you can't figure out something that simple.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McMillan. Okay, all right, so moving on, I think we're good on that one. Okay, Mr. Thomas, would you like to open our discussion on the topic at large, and then perhaps we'll move to Ms. Henderson's proposal on the mask policy?
I'm fine with a little break from this one.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board too. I thought it would be important for me to talk about my recommendation. And again, once again, whatever the board decides, obviously, I and the staff will make sure that we follow through and carry out. So just want you to, I know you know that, but I think I need to say that too. So I know you've received a great deal of feedback about our health protocols for the upcoming school year, and certainly I appreciate the opportunity to share my recommendation. But before I do that, I wanted to briefly look back at the efforts we made in preparation for the current school year. And in the reopening plan that we released last summer, we outlined our commitment to work closely with the Knox County Health Department while also taking into consideration guidance from the CDC, the Tennessee Department of Education, Tennessee Department of Health, and then also the governor's office. At that time, the CDC had not yet issued school-specific guidance, but we were able to utilize general guidelines that they had provided until they weighed in more directly regarding K-12 education. And I think we all knew there would be challenges and bumps along the way, and there have been challenges and bumps along the way. But I do believe that this approach has incorporated guidance from our local, state, and federal partners and has served us and our community extremely well. The district has worked hard to make sure that our policies fit the specific needs and challenges of our 88 schools. But the guidance from medical experts at the local, state, and federal levels have allowed us to reflect best practices and to utilize data and research from a wide variety of informed sources. And I think it's important to note that our approach has allowed our district to hold in-person instruction for 124 out of 133 days, or 93% of the days since the school year began, which I think is outstanding. And it's a testament to the tremendous work of our teachers, administrators, school staff, as well as the dedication and flexibility of our students and families. But also remind the board that in many large districts across the country, students spent a significant portion of the year with no in-person instruction. And in fact, some large school districts are still not back in the classroom. With all that in mind, I'm recommending, based on the ongoing challenges of COVID-19, that Knox County Schools continue to follow guidance from the CDC and our local and state health department. I believe this approach will allow us to continue offering in-person instruction to families who want their students in the classroom, while also reassuring our staff and our families that we're taking steps to keep their children safe and healthy. Please keep in mind that the guidance we're talking about may change, and it already has, in several ways as the school year progresses. So we'll monitor that closely. It's also possible that we could receive guidance from the governor's office, and that would take precedence over everything else. But here's the solution, I think. Most impactful action that all of us can take to get our schools and community back to normal is to get vaccinated. As soon as you become eligible, and as soon as the vaccines are made available, if everyone would do that, I know I can't mandate that, but I just strongly encourage that. I mean, it really sounds like at this point a simple solution to trying to get things, having the activities that our students plan for and look forward to and actually have, to get back to some sense of normal, in our community. Just get the vaccination. And then maybe we don't have to have conversations like this anymore. So again, that's just my opinion and how important that it is. So anyway, I'm grateful for everyone that has shared their thoughts with us, and I know we're going to hear more about those thoughts tonight. And I think we can all agree on the importance of providing our students with the best educational opportunities possible. And to do that, I believe that we should continue to follow the recommendations of our medical experts. And I'll say one more time, and the last time, get a vaccination, and maybe we can go back to normal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent Thomas. Mixing up my words. Okay, Ms. Henderson, would you like to go ahead and talk about your addendum that you have to the face coverings policy to kind of kick us off and let you start? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. It's been an exciting week doing this. So the resolution or the amendment to the policy that I'm offering up would sunset the current mask policy for this year while remaining vigilant if the circumstances happen to change by August. The amendment I'm suggesting would have board review. The board would review the metrics every month to ensure we're getting back to normal while protecting the health of our schools. I think right now we have the most strict masking policy. All the other surrounding counties around us have more flexible masking policies. And I think as we are getting towards the end of the pandemic, we need to be more flexible with our current policies. Our staff and teachers have been eligible for vaccine since February 22nd. And by August, everybody will be over the age of 16 will have the opportunity to be vaccinated. We've had the lowest cases currently since September. And again, our most vulnerable have the opportunity to be vaccinated. And I just think we need to offer up a little bit of normalcy while still being vigilant.
Thank you, Mrs. Henderson. Other comments? Mr. Watson, you have a comment?
I have questions. I've got many.
Okay, sure. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent Thomas, I'd like to start with you. I've got just a couple of questions for you. Can you tell us why you've been so adamant about following the CDC, Tennessee Health Department, and Knox County Health Department guidelines as it relates to COVID with KCS since the beginning of the pandemic? I mean, every time I hear you talk about it, you're adamant. This is what you feel like is appropriate.
Yeah, and again, just to say, looking at the success we've had this year, the number of days that we've been in school this year, and that I don't know a lot about a lot of things, if that makes any sense. The virus certainly being one of them. So my opinion, is rely on the medical experts. They study this every day. They study the virus. Virus has changed over time, and to me, relying on the medical experts, just that makes sense to me. Maybe that doesn't make sense, to other people. So just the fact that the success we've had by following the guidelines and working with Dr. Buchanan and the health department, and also the Tennessee, the State Department of Health, has allowed us to have the success that we've had this year. So that's why I would recommend continuing to follow. And those guidelines change. They've changed some just recently, so they may continue to change. I look forward to the day when a guideline is you don't have to wear a mask. Yeah. I look forward to the day when the guideline is you don't have to physically distance or any of the things that we've been having to do this past year. So just for me, just relying on the people, our medical experts, professionals that deal with this on a daily basis. And
yeah. One of the questions I've gotten a lot is what would cause the district to go to green? Because this mask policy, the way it reads, would be lifted if we were green. And so what in your mind, what have you been kind of thinking about in terms of that as you talk to medical professionals and others?
Well, again, I think it would be that no masks are no longer required.
No, but what would actually cause us to get to green, do you think? What's the litmus test to say, hey, we're green?
Well, to return to pre-COVID. So what we were doing prior to COVID.
No, I understand that would be the result of going green, but what would cause the district to become green? That's what I'm asking. So right now we're yellow, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So what is it that would cause you and the central administration to say, we're no longer yellow, we're green?
I think it would have to go back to to our metrics. I don't have that with me right now, but I think our metrics specify what.
So it's the metrics deal that you're looking at to make that decision.
Right.
Okay. And then one last question for you. And I know teachers have gotten vaccinated in lots of different places, but can you give us an idea of how many that we know have been vaccinated because they went through Knox County Schools and East Tennessee Children's Hospital to do that?
Yeah, I think the number was around correct, Carly, 2,800, was it around 28, Jason, 28, 2,900?
Out of,
Out of the, of course, we have, I think we probably sent out 10,000 notice, I guess, to substitutes and
so,
buses.
so over 25%.
But only, I think about 4,000 responded that they were interested in taking. Jason, do you have those numbers on top of your head? I'm talking about something I don't really
I'm
have all the
sorry,
information.
I know we talked about this about a week ago, and I forgot to remind you that I was going to ask this question, so.
Mr. Myers?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I don't have the exact number in terms of thousands, but what I can tell you is roughly 55% of our eligible employees responded that they did want to have access to the vaccine. Okay. And roughly, I think it was 20 to 22% of those folks had received at least the first dose thus far. So I don't have what those numbers are in terms of the specific number of employees, but percentage wise, that's where we are at as of, I think, last Friday when I asked for that number.
Thank you.
And
Go
we
ahead.
did know people went outside.
Sure.
To outside of
Right.
well, maybe in other places in Knox
Yeah.
County and outside Knox
Yeah.
County to get vaccination.
Madam Chair, I just want to get your discretion on what's appropriate. I do have other questions for other folks related to this issue, but I'm also good to hold the floor for a minute, or to give up the floor for a minute for other people to ask some questions.
Okay, that'll be fine. We'll come back around. Okay, I think Mr. McMillan was next.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Superintendent, in reference to what you said, are you looking at any other so-called experts other than the director of Knox County Health and the CDC director, who is new?
Well, and the
if I'm
governor,
correct?
the governor's office, if some mandate comes from the governor's office.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but
No, that's.
I mean,
that would be
those two, you
from the
don't
State Department of Health and State Department of Education.
you don't look for any other
No, sir.
outside sources other than those two.
No, sir. No, other than those.
These- So you're willing to stand or fall on what the CDC says?
Well, again, the CDC, our local health department, the state of Tennessee. I mean, what else can I say?
Well, I'm honestly, Bob, I'm not trying to be argumentative with you, but I'm trying to illustrate something. There are doctors who would disagree, who would say that we need to, go on and move toward herd immunity, particularly with kids. They're the least likely to get it. And they're, in my opinion, again, everybody may disagree with me, but they're kind of like lawyers. If you find one that doesn't want to take your case, go down the street, you probably find one that will. Probably a good one, maybe even better. So I guess the point I'm trying to stress is, are we willing to risk the kid's future on a couple of people? I'm not. If things are no worse than they are right now, when fall starts, I'm for doing away with masks.
And, and that's fine. We can do away with them tomorrow if that's
Well,
what if the board wants to
no.
meet and approve that.
Well, man,
Again, I'm asking my recommendation. That's all I'm providing.
It's fine. It's fine. I appreciate your recommendation. I really do. We've known each other a long time. We respect each other, I hope. But we were talking about fairness a while ago. It looks silly to me when fall comes around and we say, okay, the football players can play football and the basketball players can play basketball, but nobody else can do anything. They have contact, but that's the TSSAA. And there's some kind of a mafia or something. I don't know what it is. Well, you show me somebody that controls what they do. I'm not even sure the governor can do anything with it. And I've been around, heard about them for a long, long time. So they, but what I don't want us to get into is next fall be in the same situation. And we can play ball because TSSAA says we can. But now you other kids, you can't do anything because you're not a part of the TSSAA. That's stupid. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McMillan. Ms. Christie, I believe you were next.
Yeah, I just have a couple of thoughts. Our reopening plan was just that. I mean, it was written as we were going into the pandemic. I mean, there's so much that we have learned, and so much has changed since then. I would like to see a shift. I mean, what does green look like? I mean, and does vaccine availability and the vaccine, is that not the end game? And if it's not the end game, what is the end game? Because I think we need to start, instead of talking about being red, we need to start maybe shifting the focus to how do we get to green rather than who needs to be on red.
I think that's a very valid question, Ms. Christie. Okay, we'll go to Ms. Henderson and then we'll go to Ms. Bounds.
I completely agree with that. I thought the end game was vaccines, but the ball seems to be moving. Was vaccines, now it's children can't be vaccinated. Well, not everyone's going to get vaccinated. Well, not everyone gets vaccinated at any time. So, what is that? That ball keeps moving. And, when we talk about the CDC recommendations, we're taking this CDC recommendation, but according to them, we shouldn't have even reopened at all. We shouldn't even be playing sports right now. So which CDC, why are we picking and choosing CDC recommendations? And, when I look at the COVID metrics for Knox County, we're green in student attendance and teacher attendance right now. If we're green in those metrics, we had the availability for vaccinations. Why are we still continuing this in the fall? But again, if things get worse in August, we can always re-examine this because things are always changing, obviously. 4 months ago, we were red and the worst in the country while still wearing masks, and now we're green in those COVID metrics.
Okay, let's go to Ms. Bounds and then Ms. Babb, and then I think most everybody would have a question. Ms. Satterfield has her mic down, but I want to make sure we remember that we have Dr. Martha Buchanan here from the health department, and we have Dr. Joe Childs from East Tennessee Children's Hospital. So let's go through the questions that we have, and then why don't we get some feedback from them, and then we'll go back to Mr. Watson, if that will be it. Okay. All right. So I think we'll go to Ms. Bounds now.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. A medical professional sent me this information that Knox County peaked in December 18th last year with 744 new cases that day. And yesterday we had 53 new cases. So if my math serves me, from December peak till now, we're down 92.87% in new cases. I want to address the additions that Ms. Henderson put to this policy because, as Ms. Christie said, originally, line 1 says emergency measures to respond to that pandemic. And I don't think any of us, or we might have reconsidered this policy and looked at it a little differently if we had known a year later that we were bound by this policy and the board would have to re-vote on it. And I too want to know what we have to do to get to green. But one thing I want to make sure of, whatever passes in regard to this mask policy, is that it's clear, and I think Ms. Henderson has addressed that very well in the red lines there, whatever it is, 12 through 16. Whatever passes, it is clear to everyone that if you choose in person, the mask policy could change depending on the circumstances. The fact that the people are choosing in May or whenever the date is now should not lock us into an entire year of wearing masks. This past year, the argument I heard over and over was we can't drop the mask policy because people chose based on the fact that we were going to have masks, and they sent their kids to school because we were going to wear masks. And we heard that over and over. So I don't want next year for us to be dealing with this where people are saying we can't change the policy because parents chose in May based on, whatever's happening right now. So I just want to go on record that the board can change this policy. And if this is a problem for people returning to school in person, they need to choose virtual or homeschooling. So that's my thoughts. One other quick thing that I want to anecdotally say is my experience with ballparks. I've been in multiple ballparks over the last week, at least 4, in different parks in 4 different parts of this county, even inside the city at a city-owned and run ballpark. And do you know how many masks I saw in those 4 evenings at the ballpark with quite a few people? One mask. There was a high school team playing, a middle school team playing, and 6 rec league teams practicing on every field. There were no kids in masks, no parents in masks, no siblings in masks, no grandparents in masks. And these are the people we always say we're trying to protect, and our kids have to wear masks to school because they may get COVID and come home and give it to grandmother. There were no grandparents in masks. And as I sat there, I just thought about the inconsistency and hypocrisy of all of this. These kids are living their lives, but they come back to school the next day and they are asked to mask up for 8 to 10 hours. And if this isn't out of fear, I want to know why we're asking them to mask when the night before they're all over the county without masks. So anyway, I just want to make that people aware that we are going well beyond the mask mandate in the schools. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you, Ms. Bounds. Ms. Fab?
Yes, and I really liked what Ms. Bounds said about parents understanding when they make their decision, because I think both either Ms. Henderson's policy or the recommendation by Mr. Thomas both call for possible changes. So, I mean, I've gotten emails from people that if there are masks next year, there's no way they can be in Knox County schools. And I've gotten emails from people that if we don't, on both sides, that there's no way they can send their kids. And I think where we are right now, no matter which one we go with, there could be changes, and people have got to realize when they make a choice, because I do have a problem right now, and I'm sort of leaning towards Mr. Thomas's recommendation, but only with the fact of knowing that things could change. Because I'll tell you right now, I cannot in good conscience in April try to pass something saying May 2022, we would require kids to have masks if things continue to get better and better. And so I just want parents, as they're making their decision, to realize no matter where we go on this, that there could be changes along the way. We're probably not, either one of these things don't make us completely one way or the other. But I believe Dr. Childs with Children's Hospitals here, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but I guess, could I ask you a few questions? I feel like I've gotten a lot of emails quoting you. So I was like, guess what? We're going to have Dr. Childs here himself. I'd like to ask you.
Let me apologize for that.
Well, and I think sometimes people take out bullet points as they want to interpret them and that kind of thing. So that's why I appreciate you coming here and I appreciate you talking to us.
Sure.
I think what we kind of keep hearing from parents is kids aren't getting sick. Kids are not at risk. Kids, why are we doing masks? So as an authority with Children's Hospital, can you kind of come down and give us your opinion as a medical professional? And this is one reason I do think it's nice that you're here, because you are a different medical professional than the health department and the CDC. And I don't know what you're going to say, but if you could kind of say what you think about how we're moving forward, what you've thought about the mask this year, that kind of stuff, because I know there's the balance too. And I understand it, of balancing the safety of masks versus the mental health issues that people are worried about with kids wearing masks.
Well, that was a lot. Is it okay if I remove my mask to answer?
Yeah, sorry about that.
First of all, nothing, I've said this before publicly, nothing but love for the school board and Knox County Schools and what you all have accomplished. I think it's extraordinary. I don't think you had a choice from a mask standpoint. I think there was so much unknown as you looked at the school year last year. And as a parent, grandfather, and a citizen, I think you made the choices you had to make. We're in a different world now. We know so much more about this virus. We are seeing declining numbers, certainly in terms of cases, and especially hospitalizations and deaths. So as the vulnerable population has been vaccinated, the results are what we want, and that is the serious cases are definitely declining. Now, what impact has this had on kids? We've admitted about 60 kids with COVID over the pandemic. Most of those were not seriously ill. Some of them were not ill with COVID at all. They just tested positive and they're at Children's for something else. But we've had a handful of very serious cases, and we've had a handful of very serious cases of complication of COVID, the MIS-C. It's pretty uncommon, but that multi-inflammatory syndrome that occurs 3 to 4 weeks after you've had COVID is dangerous, and it's a significant problem, but treatable. My perception on the mask issue when schools masked was not as much worry about protecting the kids because they get COVID, and we don't want people to get COVID, but they don't, even starting out in China, it was not a serious illness for kids. And that's, with few exceptions, that's still true. I thought the masks were really to protect the teachers and staff. And because that's a vulnerable population in a variety of ways, age-wise, their own health and illnesses and problems. So now we're in the vaccine world, and it's universally available to everybody. And I'm disappointed at the numbers of, if they're accurate, on who has vaccinated, but it's there, and that is 100% prevention of serious illness. You can still get COVID, maybe 5-10% can still get COVID, but the incidence of serious COVID in someone that's vaccinated is essentially zero. And I think Dr. Buchanan will agree with me on that. And the vaccine is incredibly safe. Now, I don't want to demean that, the first dose and especially the second dose, you may not feel great for a day. But in terms of serious side effects, it's one of the safest vaccines ever. It's one of the scientific marvels of our time. The messenger RNA vaccines, and now the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. So that is the way out of this, is vaccination. So then I can't tell you what to do. I can just try to inform you. But from my perspective, the protection of teachers and staff issue is solvable, but to me, that's not a mask issue anymore. It's a vaccination issue. Second, what about kids who may be more vulnerable to this virus? What about them? And so we're in a very different situation now than we were last fall. We have treatment available. In fact, if a high-risk 12-year-old or up gets COVID, we can give them an infusion of monoclonal antibodies, and they have almost zero risk of progressing to serious illness. We've done that probably 20 times at Children's over the last couple of months when those became available. So it's different in that regard in terms of what does COVID mean to the kids. And finally, there's vaccination for kids. Now, where is that going? Now, we know a number of 16 and 17-year-olds have chosen to vaccinate. And, what I hear as a citizen is a lot of that is because they want to not have the interruption to their life because they get exposed to somebody. They want to play sports. They want to participate in activities. they want to be in the classroom. So I'm excited that 16 and 17-year-olds are vaccinating, and probably 12-year-olds and up will be able to vaccinate soon based on the really amazing data that's being presented to the FDA, and hopefully will be approved to lower the age, especially for Pfizer, by mid to end of May. So it is a different world now. I've never been impressed that as a citizen that the kids are wearing the masks very well. But the solution is not that. The long term is we've got to vaccinate. So I guess those are my random thoughts to your questions. I hope I answered some of those for you.
Can I ask a follow-up question on one of your points? You spoke about the vulnerable kids. So would you classify that as students who have some underlying health issue that is known to their parents? So are you speaking about those kids that have underlying health issues? If they got COVID, you feel like it would be treatable? Is that what I
do.
Okay.
And
I just want to make sure I understand.
Yeah, the FDA has approved that treatment for a number of conditions. And then the most vulnerable population we have seen are the extremely overweight. That is an incredible risk factor even for teenagers.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask just a follow-up question? Something else I'm just seeing in the news is and I'm probably gonna say it wrong, variant that I've seen some stuff saying that, children are more vulnerable to it. Now, I'll be honest, I had someone call me panicked in December that there was no way we could open school this year because the variant was coming here. And I said, we have to deal with things as they're happening. We can't, if I had listened to this person, I would have been against us being in school all this time. But what I'm asking is, are there any concerns from the hospital and what y'all are seeing and maybe hearing from other countries or other places around the country that we're worried about things like that?
Well, the data that's available to us, the UK variant is the leading variant here. It is more contagious. But I don't think there's data that suggests it's more dangerous from a making you sicker standpoint. There's been some debate about that. But when you're talking about having to be nimble for next year based on what happens, I think that's what you're talking about, is what happens with the variants that we know about and the variants that we don't. Because we're not achieving such high numbers of vaccination in the community and in the country and worldwide, the risk of variants is perpetuated because it's still out there infecting people and potentially mutating and changing into forms that can be more dangerous for us. That can all be stopped by vaccination, but we can't fix the world, but we can fix our community. And I think what Dr. Buchanan has been stressing in terms of vaccination is absolutely the way to go. But what we know about the variants right now is that they're just more contagious.
Okay.
And again, all the more reason to vaccinate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have specific questions for Dr. Childs? Evie, did you have any questions for Dr. Childs? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Childs, I'm pretty sure I was on a call with you when you talked about your concerns around mental health issues related to kids in the pandemic. Can you kind of weigh into your thoughts on and I know you're not a mental health professional per se, but can you weigh in on that particular issue? And do you have any specific thoughts related to mental health in the connection to masks specifically? I don't think anybody would say that the pandemic has not had a mental health effect on our communities, but do you have any connection between that and masks?
Well, at Children's, we have seen numbers we've never seen before in terms of mental health issues, whether that be suicide, depression, or other behavioral changes that we are attributing to the isolation and the stress of the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of home stress, whether that's economic, food uncertainty, but isolation is a really big deal. So I think personally, I tie that more to not being in class as much as I would tie it to masks.
Mm-hmm.
But masks affect a lot of special needs kids, and
Mm-hmm.
certainly they affect our ability to communicate as effectively because you're not seeing the communication and the facial expressions and things as much. So that may have some effect on some of the behavioral changes, but I think it's much more the isolation and stress pieces. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Childs? Dr. Childs? Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate your time.
Chair Board, thank you.
Thank you. And if I could ask Dr. Buchanan, so just currently, I believe that your website shows that about 900 people currently are COVID positive, which is like less than 0.2% of the population. So
I'll trust that you've looked at those numbers, Madam Chair. I haven't looked at them today, so.
yeah, but I look at it every single day, so I know the percentage. You can ask me any day, what percent of Knox Countyans have COVID? I probably know it. So at 11 o'clock, 11:05, I'm probably on there. So I look at it every day because it's important to me to keep up with what's happening so that, because I really think that a lot of people have a very misconstrued notion of how many people have COVID. First of all, I think, because I had an email today from I don't remember if it was a parent or I think it was actually a psychologist, somebody with a medical background. And she talked about that she's working with a child whose parents died and they think the parents died of COVID and they didn't, but like kids particularly have a vision that everybody has COVID. So I think even I've seen, some surveys to just people on the street. How many people in the United States do you think have COVID? And it's people have a view that it's much higher than it actually is. So I think that's one thing that there's been so much fear and, that people don't have a realistic view of how many people actually have had COVID. So over time, less than 10% of our population, here in Knox County has COVID positive. So right now, where we are at just a very small percentage, 0.19%. So knowing that and what the trend has been, what Ms. Bounds talked about with the trends, do you feel like we're getting to a point where we can get rid of the mask? Because of just this, that we're improving, what is the end game, I guess is the question, because, like Ms. Henderson said, everybody's done everything they've been asked to do. And yet it seems like it's not enough yet. So when is it enough, I guess is the question. Here, and I think it's important that we look at local, what's happening here, what's happening locally. Let's make local decisions.
Well, unfortunately, COVID-19 determines the end game. COVID-19 itself changes, it mutates, we have variants. It's changing. The job of a virus is to survive and be passed on to somebody else. And COVID-19 is very efficient at that. So because of changes, I can't say to you on, July 5th, we're going to be able to take everybody's mask.
But I guess the question is it going away or is this something that's just going to be here?
I think
like the flu.
I think we'll have cases of COVID going forward. It won't surprise me if COVID vaccine becomes part of the annual or periodic vaccines that we all get. That wouldn't surprise me at all. We are improving. It looks a lot better. Like Dr. Child says, we're in a different place now. Vaccine is the key. And as a board, rather than focusing on masks, focus on getting your staff vaccinated. I don't know how you do that, but I don't know if there's a way for you to encourage them. But getting your staff, all of them vaccinated, or as many as are willing to take the vaccine, is really the key. When we closed schools down during this past year, we seldom closed because of disease. We closed because of an administration decision because there weren't enough teachers or enough, staff to have school. So those staff won't have to quarantine if they get vaccinated. It'll change the game for the schools and for your staff and for you. So it is better. Things are much better, and I'm thrilled. The schools have done an amazing job of keeping kids healthy and keeping them in school as much as possible. And it's been because of the things that we've had in place that we haven't had terrible, big, giant clusters throughout the school. We've had clusters primarily in your athletic department because nobody's wearing masks. and they're all being exposed. Not many clusters in the classroom, which is good news. That's great. It shows that what they're doing is working. So I would still say following the CDC's recommendations is the best route. And the American Academy of Pediatrics continues to recommend masks at this time. CDC continues to recommend masks. But those are changing. I mean, they just came out with, if you've been vaccinated, you can do these things now. So the recommendations changed based on vaccination rates and disease rates. And so I can't predict, none of you can predict what it's going to be in August, what the COVID situation is going to be in August. So I would argue that what you're doing now, you still have the flexibility to change your policy. And making sure you communicate that with your parents, that it could change based on the situation, based on the local situation, based on the national recommendations. And so you have that flexibility built in already, I would think.
So do you worry at all about our students' mental health because of the effect that wearing this mask all day and the lack of interactions they have with teachers and students? I mean, do you worry about the mental health of our students? Because to me, the masks are an issue because of that.
Of course I worry about the mental health of our students. I live in this community. I have nieces and nephews who went to Knox County Schools. They're all grown up now, and I'll have great nieces and nephews who go to Knox County Schools. So yes, I worry about the mental health of our students, but I also have to consider the health of your teachers and your staff and the health of those students who some may be vulnerable and may have higher complication rates than others from COVID. So it's a balancing act. You guys are being asked to do a balancing act. We're being asked to do a balancing act, balancing disease and mental health and what's the best thing to do to keep the most kids in school and keep educating them.
I guess I feel like if we have a vaccine and we've offered, Children's has been great to partner with us to make it so easy for our staff to go and get the vaccine. If people choose not to do that, that's their health choice, and they certainly have a right to do that. But they have the vaccine, they have a choice. So I feel like that has to play into the conversation because we've talked about the decreased risk. Our kids, it's basically 100% survivable for kids. So
It's not 100% survival.
well, 99.8.
Not 100%.
Well, okay, 99.8. I think is the number, but I said nearly 100%. So also, can you talk about what your thoughts are about contact tracing for fall?
Contact tracing will continue to be part of what we do and part of what the schools continue to do. The schools have done a great job of contact tracing. And I spoke last time when I was here about how careful they are about determining who has to quarantine and who doesn't have to quarantine. They watch video. They are being so careful because they want to keep every kid in school they can, and they want to keep every teacher at school they can without putting anybody at risk. So we will continue to be doing some contact tracing. The guidelines have changed a little bit. Fully vaccinated folks don't have to quarantine, and some other things have changed. So that's great. Again, another reason to encourage vaccination among your staff. So we'll continue to do contact tracing as long as we need to, and I don't know when that need will go away. We contact trace for everything, not just COVID. We don't contact trace for flu, but we contact trace for a lot of things to reduce risk. And as our numbers go down, you're going to have fewer cases in school, therefore fewer people out in quarantine.
And I'm assuming that I know that the guidance recently changed to 3 feet instead of 6. Is that correct? I'm not sure that's what we're doing in schools right now.
6 feet is preferred, and the guidance on that is really kind of funny because it's also based, not funny, but it's based on, like in elementary schools, I think they're recommending 3 feet. And then in high schools, they prefer that you have 6 feet still because there's more transmission in those older kids than there are in the younger kids. So it's a little complicated. And it hasn't changed for COVID, for contact tracing though. They haven't changed the recommendation for contact tracing to be 3 feet. It's still 6 feet.
Okay.
So you're still considered a contact if you are within 6 feet of another person for more than 15 minutes over a 24-hour period.
Okay. Ms. Satterfield, you haven't had the opportunity to speak. Do you have a question for Dr. Buchanan while
do
she's
not.
here? Okay, so we'll come back to you if that's all right. Do we have questions for Dr. Buchanan? Mrs. Henderson?
I want to go back to the masking policy a little bit. So I've spoken to leaders in the surrounding school districts to Knox County, as well as some private schools this week. And all of them seem to have more flexible policies. Some don't require them below 8th grade. Yet they've been in school all year. I know a particular school district that has not gone on red or all year long with kids 8th grade and under not masking. So how come their numbers are so low with flexible masking policies?
Well, I think honestly, every school has a different, uses a different metric to decide red, yellow, blue, green, whatever. So those metrics are different. Knox County Schools was very thoughtful and very thorough in deciding what their metrics would be. And so without knowing what their metrics are, I can't answer that question. How are they making those decisions? I don't have that information. So I can't answer the question, sorry.
Well, and I was looking at Texas and Florida. Texas and California have had a mask mandate. Georgia and Florida have not had a mask mandate, yet the trend is exactly the same. I talked to a private school this week that I think Knox County Schools, I want to say about 6.5% of our staff kids combined have probably been COVID positive this year. This private school that I spoke with, their percentage without wearing a mask like we do, they wear them in common spaces, not in the classroom, is like 7.1%. So, the percentage is very similar. So it's interesting that the trends seem to be the same regardless of whether you are mask mandate or not. Do you have any comment on that?
Sure, I would argue it's hard to say what it would have been without a mask mandate here, because we just don't know, because we have one. And our students and our staff have been wearing masks to protect each other and protect their families and protect our community. And that's what I have to think about. And so we don't have a way, we don't have a crystal ball to predict the future, and I don't have a way to know what it would be like if we didn't have masks in Knox County.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments for Mrs. Babb?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a little bit, and this really isn't getting to masks, but it's more talking about, we keep just stressing vaccines. And, I read one of the daily things that kind of talks about how many people are vaccinated. I'm thinking those are the numbers y'all know from Knox County, because I feel like those are very skewed. I feel like our numbers are so much higher. I mean, as an example, I know 2 of our board, me included, went through the vaccine trial, which were probably not counted in numbers that way. I probably have 5 other friends that went through Pfizer and Moderna trials. Of my friend group, I would say over half of them have gone out of the county to get their vaccination. And then I even know, like, one of the high schools in my district, before children started giving them, it was getting almost to be a problem how many teachers were leaving to go to other counties. So I feel like when we're looking at our numbers and we're even saying, like, Children's has given this many vaccinations, it's not, I'm thrilled to know those numbers, but I feel like it's not really reflective of Knox County and how many people really are vaccinated, because I'm getting to the point, like yesterday to get unblinded in my study, I had to get a vaccination. And I called Summit, and literally they're like, you can come today, tomorrow. It was like no problem to get a vaccination. So, it's like right now, if you want one, it seems like it's available to get it.
Yeah. And vaccine availability is really increasing, and that's fabulous.
Yeah.
So just back to the numbers. So the numbers that we use, so everybody who gives COVID vaccine is required as part of their CDC provider agreement to enter the vaccination information into their state's vaccine registry within 72 hours of giving the vaccine. And so we pull that information out of that registry. So we're not just looking at what we give, we look at it based on county of residence.
Okay.
So when we pull those numbers out, it's people who live in Knox County. It's agnostic to where they got their vaccine. We don't look at that. We just look at, do they live here? And that's how many people in Knox County who've been vaccinated. And they're supposed to enter those trial vaccines.
Okay, good.
They're supposed to enter those too.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's happened, but they're supposed to. So we're really looking seriously just at Knox County residents who've been vaccinated by whomever they got vaccinated.
Okay, well, no, I'm glad to know that and get that clarification, because I was like, God, I feel like half the people I know did not get their shot here.
Mm-hmm.
But when y'all are counting you are counting number of residents that have gotten vaccination, no matter where in the state they've gotten it.
Even if they went to North Carolina and got it, yes.
Okay.
We're
that's
counting
good
all those
information.
people.
Thank
Yes.
you.
You may have already said what percentage in Knox County at large have been vaccinated, but I
So
don't
we have,
remember.
I'm going to look at Catherine for a second. We have, I know it's over 20% have had at least one dose of
Okay.
vaccine. Fully vaccinated is a lower number, but we're over 20%,
Okay.
close to 30%, I believe, which is fabulous. But it's a long, sorry. Oh, 32. I should look at my
Oh,
data more often.
32% have been vaccinated?
Have
least
had
one?
at least one dose.
Okay, great.
Um,
Okay,
And so, and that's great. And, it's a long way from 70, but we're getting there.
good. Okay. Okay, other questions? Well, yes, Mr. Watson,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Buchanan, I just got 4 questions for you.
only 4.
Yes, ma'am. So, and you started saying some of this, but if you can just recount just a little bit. Can you give a brief account of how the COVID guidelines have reduced or shifted since the start of the pandemic? Because one of the things that I have heard a lot from a lot of constituents is, when is this thing going to change? It's not changing. Things are still difficult and all that. But my observation personally has been things seem to have continually loosened up. So can you just give a brief account of how things have loosened
So
up?
are you talking about guidelines or?
So yeah,
I'm not
protocols
clear.
related to COVID in Knox County.
Okay.
So
So if we're talking about, so I'll just stick with the guidelines.
Yeah.
So, at the beginning, you had to be a contact, it was 10 minutes or more. Now we're 15 minutes or more. That made a difference. So that loosened some things up, because that meant some people were not considered a contact anymore because they were not in that close contact. And, just as we've learned things, you guys, you went back to school.
Right.
You successfully had students in school learning, and students didn't have to stay home. I didn't realize there were so many school districts across the country where they were virtual the whole time. I just didn't know that. And so I applaud you all in the school system and superintendent and his staff for getting kids back to school. That's part of relaxing things and doing different things. We had a stay-at-home order. We don't have a stay-at-home order anymore. People can go out to eat, and go out and go grocery shopping and do the things that they want to do. You guys are playing sports. You got to play sports this year. And you got to have other extracurricular activities this year, which you did. Some of those you didn't have last year. So, I think we've really loosened those things up and changed based on the data, based on information that the CDC is gathering. Knowing that vaccines are effective, we now can say if you're fully vaccinated, you don't have to quarantine. We couldn't say that before because we didn't know how effective the vaccine was going to be going forward. So all of those things change. I think they're talking about extending how long they think you have protection. If you have disease, how long you're protected against getting sick again, from 3 months to 6 months. So as the evidence rolls in, they change the guidance, and we've changed as a community based on that.
Yeah, I don't know how everybody else in this room feels, but I know the first 2 months of the pandemic, I don't think I left my property very much, unless it was, I happened to be able to work from home. I had the privilege to do that. But I feel like I feel fairly free in the way that I'm navigating the community. Let me ask you so one question you answered at the same time. So you just got 2 left. So one of the things I've heard a lot from all kinds of folks is that masks don't work and kids have a very low rate of transmission. Is that true in your mind?
Okay.
And if so, if it is true, why would we continue to mask kids in
So
school?
masks do work. Absolutely. There's no question. That ship has sailed.
Okay.
Masks do reduce risk and decrease transmission for adults, for kids, for everybody. This is a respiratory disease. You put a mask on there on your face and you keep from having droplets go in or out. So they do work. As far as children transmitting COVID, there's some new data suggesting that they may transmit at the same rate as adults. I don't think that's finally decided. I just read something the other day that's suggesting that children may transmit as much as adults. And I don't know, Dr. Childs might have more about that, but I think that's still being looked at.
Okay. And then my last question is, and this is a legitimate, full of integrity question, because I'm as confused as a lot of other people. And I'd love to have somebody here from the CDC, but nobody would come at my request. So I want to ask you this question. Why at this point, and I know the CDC is a federal organization and we're looking at Knox County, why at this point in the pandemic, in your mind, is the CDC still officially recommending, and I know we're not suggesting a change for this school year. I don't think that's what the board's doing. It's looking for next year, which a lot of things can change. But why at this point in your mind would the CDC continue to recommend masks in schools when we are at this place in the pandemic and we do have access to vaccination?
Well, I think because one, vaccine, though it's easier to get than it was, we still do not have enough vaccine.
That all loosened up pretty quick. I mean, like now
Well,
everybody in 16, I mean, like recently it loosened
Right,
up.
it did loosen
Yeah,
up, yes.
yeah.
But we don't have enough vaccine to vaccinate everybody who wants to get vaccinated yet.
Right.
We will eventually. So until we have the ability to really have vaccine available to anybody who wants to get vaccinated, I think we're going to still have to keep some guidelines in place. And, you know, I'm fully vaccinated, but when I go out or when I go somewhere, I'm going to wear this mask because I don't know if you live in a house with somebody who's elderly and I might make you sick and you take it home to them. So I don't want to do that. So that's why they continue to recommend masks. I think we've got to reach a better level of vaccination across the country.
Right.
Globally across the country, you're still at least one dose of vaccine, you're still in the 30 percentile. So we need to get that number higher.
So Dr. Buchanan, your mask is stylish. Do you like masks?
No, I don't like.
Okay. So I want to make an observation, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that everybody who's spoken to this issue tonight, including you and Dr. Childs and everybody on the board, I don't think anybody likes masks. I mean, I don't know anybody who does. And what I've also consistently heard is that everybody is in agreement that vaccination is the end game. Is that correct? I mean, that's what we need to do is get more people vaccinated.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, any, Ms. Bounds?
Okay, I'm a little confused here. Just help me out. So you had COVID, you're fully vaccinated,
Yes, ma'am.
and you wear a mask so you won't give it to anybody else?
Yes.
I really don't understand because my medical professional.
Allow me to explain.
Okay.
There is still a slight possibility that I could contract COVID again. I wouldn't be sick at all, but I could be transmit virus into the air and make somebody else sick.
So what are the odds?
We need more data on that.
So, yeah, what are the odds of that? I mean, I don't find a lot of information out there where people have had, there are people that have, I'm not denying that, but multiple cases of COVID. Like,
We've had
what is the
folks-
data on that?
We've had folks get reinfected in Knox County, and in Tennessee, there have been fully vaccinated folks who contract COVID as well. The cases are not very serious. They don't result in hospitalization, but they're mild cases. So the people with the mild cases are the ones who are more likely to transmit disease to others because they go about their business. They don't feel sick. They aren't sick enough to stay home, so they go about their business. And until the CDC guidance changes on that, I will continue to wear a mask as long as I don't know the situation of the people around me.
So there's no end. Okay, thank you.
No, there is an end. I mean, there is an end. Just right now, we don't have enough people vaccinated. That's our challenge.
You're not scared. That's when we quit. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but some people believe that when the last person, as long as we have just a handful of cases, we should still all wear masks.
We'll see what the CDC's recommendations are at that point, sir.
Okay, Mr. McMillan, did you have a question for Dr. Buchanan?
Yes, but let me.
I know Ms. Henderson also has one.
You were first. Mr.
Yeah, go ahead,
McMillan.
Mr.
Please
McMillan,
go.
then we'll go to Ms.
Okay, Dr. Buchanan, I've just got, I had four. Ms. Bounds asked one about the continuing to wear a mask after you'd had the vaccine. I would think the odds would be extremely high. I think it's more of a personal preference after 30 days passes and you've had the second vaccine, no matter where you go. When you contacted the vaccine, did you contact Trace?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Did you contact trace where everybody that you had come in contact with?
My staff did that, yes, sir.
The staff did it.
Not our contact tracers, yes. Just I was treated like any other case, sir.
Roughly how many people did they come in contact with?
It was very few. I don't know, and I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Okay. All right. This is a yes or no question. Do you believe the CDC has become somewhat more politicized in the last 30 to 45 days?
Actually, sir, I believe it's been less politicized in the last 30 days. But
Less?
that's a matter of opinion.
Okay. Yeah, it is. Okay. But I'm glad to hear yours because it tells us something about what you're thinking, in my opinion. One last question.
Mhm.
You remember when the UT students lined up, they were on TV, all lined up trying to get in bars over there?
Yes, sir.
Did you and the mayor of the city, Ms. Kincannon,
Mhm.
did you all make any effort to do anything about that?
So what we did is my staff who inspect restaurants and bars worked with those owners to help correct those situations and educate them and advise them. You'd have to ask Mayor Kincannon what she and her team did in
Well-
regards to that.
How long did it take for it to stop, for your staff to get it stopped?
I don't think we were successful in stopping it. Changing human behavior is quite challenging.
Okay, so I guess if you weren't successful, then the authority lies with the police department under Mayor Kincannon. And apparently she chose to ignore it because to my knowledge, there never was anything really done about it.
Again, that'd be a great question for her police chief or Mayor
Okay.
Kincannon.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Mrs. Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Dr. Buchanan, thank you. Help me understand this. So I go to the gym every day, multiple gyms, and I wear a mask inside, but once I'm at my equipment, I take that mask off. When I'm at a restaurant, I walk in, I wear a mask, but once I'm sitting down, I take my mask off. I'm breathing. I mean, when you're at a gym, let's be honest, I have my mask off, you're breathing heavily, but you're in the building with a ventilation system. What's the benefit of wearing that mask walking in if I'm taking it off, if I'm sitting at a restaurant or working out at the gym every day?
You're just reducing risk to others around you and reducing risk to yourself. That's what you're doing by doing that.
Okay. I
You're
still don't
reducing risk.
understand. We're still breathing the same air though in that same building that I wore a mask in and now I'm not wearing one. I'm
You're-
still there
Mhm.
if I'm sick or not sick,
But
breathing without a mask.
It's just risk reduction. That's what it is.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Watson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Buchanan, one last question. How have you seen, and I know causality is a little difficult here, but how have you seen COVID guidelines, protocol related to COVID, have a positive impact on public health in Knoxville in general? So in terms of, have we seen a reduction in flu? Have we seen it? How do we connect some of the positive things we've been doing around public health in terms of how it's impacted public health in general in Knox County?
So yeah, that's a great question. So yes, our flu numbers are the lowest I've ever seen them in my tenure here at the health department for 17 years. And respiratory visits at Children's were down, and all our hospitals were down for other types of respiratory illness because of all the things we're doing to reduce the risk of COVID.
So, and I think this is really important to say, and I think a lot of people that are out here that are cheering would understand why I'm saying this. There is no doubt, and it's been stated tonight, that the pandemic has had an effect on our mental health, correct? As a community, as a society, as a world. But we've also seen it have some of the things that we've done to mitigate COVID have a positive effect in terms of overall public health, right?
Sure.
Is that true?
Well, in some areas, in infectious disease,
Right.
that's really where you're going to see that.
Yeah. So I think I only say that because I think what you stated earlier is everything in this pandemic has to be weighed. And I don't think anybody is for increase in negative mental health. nor is anybody for increase in physical health. And so it is this, and I think that's the tension that everybody's hearing in this board, is that there's no universally accepted, this is the right risk factor that we have to use here. So anyway.
Okay. And does natural immunity to this come into play? So if 30% of people have been vaccinated, if another, whatever, 10% have had COVID, then there are some people who may be naturally immune. So I've heard maybe around a 70% herd immunity. Is that generally accepted? Is that the goal? And are those things being factored in? Can you talk a little bit about that?
So natural immunity from this disease, we don't believe is long lasting. So we believe the science tells us that vaccination is a better way to achieve immunity to COVID. Sorry. So we're not sure how long natural immunity lasts, and we don't think it's as lasting as vaccine. So for that reason, we're relying on vaccine for herd immunity, and we do want to reach 70 to 85% of our population with vaccine. So we do have quite a ways to go. Certainly folks who've had disease and are in that window of 90 days where they're unlikely to get reinfected, those folks do contribute to the herd immunity for those 90 days.
Okay. What do you have? I know one of the studies that I saw, that it was not actually on the CDC website. This was in regard to non-pharmaceutical measures for pandemic influenza in non-healthcare settings, personal protective and environmental measures. So there was a paper to that effect. And it states that proper use of face masks is essential because improper use might increase the risk for transmission. So, I think, and I have I don't know if you're familiar with this Swiss, the Swiss research policy organization that it's a nonpartisan Swiss, what is it? They gather together, Swiss Policy Research, founded in 2016, is an independent, nonpartisan, and nonprofit research group. So they have lots of different studies on their website, and I believe this is where this was referenced. So they have a lot of data on their sites about the effectiveness of, or lack thereof, of face masks. And so one of the, a few of these studies have indicated that you could have increased risk because, and I'm thinking particularly with regard to children, because if you have children who are, their mask falls to the bathroom floor and they put it on their face, or they, sneeze in it, or they wipe their dirty hands on it, whatever, all kinds of disgusting things that you can think of. So the CDC's website says proper use is essential because improper use could increase the risk for transmission. So I think that, to me, as a parent, I think that's what I've heard from a lot of parents who are concerned about that issue. Their kid is wearing this nasty, dirty cloth on their face. So, I think that, I just wonder if you have any response to that, because I think we have to look at, people are responsible for their own individual health. So you have to look at the health of that child. Is that healthy for the child?
So it's our responsibility as adults to teach children how to do the things they need to do. We teach them how to wash their hands. We teach them how to brush their teeth. And in this instance, children now need to be taught the proper way to wear a mask. It's part of our responsibility as adults to do that for our children and help them learn how to do that properly and protect themselves. And yeah, sure, people who don't wear masks properly, they're at risk. They're putting others at risk for sure. But, it's our responsibility as adults to teach our children those things. And we teach them all those other things. Right now, during COVID, we need to teach our children about wearing masks.
Okay. Thank you. Mrs. Henderson, did you have another question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and Dr. Buchanan. Just to follow up on that, when I wear my mask, I play with it about 50 times a day, where normally I would not touch my face at all. But so back to the vaccinations, we know that not everyone will choose to be vaccinated, and that's their choice. But at what point do you think, what number to you is a good percentage of, okay, now we can let up on some more some more of these restrictions? What's your magic number?
There's
What-
no magic number. The recommendation from the CDC is 70 to 85% of your population needs to be vaccinated. We may not get to that, but when we know we've saturated the need or the desire for vaccine is when we have ample vaccine and nobody's getting vaccinated. That's when we know we're done, because people have either chosen to get vaccinated or they haven't and they're not going to. And so that's when we know we're done. I don't think it'll be at 70%. We don't get those numbers for flu shots, and people are really comfortable with flu shots. So that's how we'll be able to see that as a community when we have vaccine that just doesn't get used. Right now, we're not in that situation. I know it's not that hard to find a vaccine appointment right now because it's improving, but we certainly haven't saturated the market of people who want the vaccine. And then there's some people out there who are still going, I don't know, I want a few more people to get vaccinated before I do. And those folks need to get vaccinated as well. And then we've got all our children who hopefully vaccine will be available for them, and we need to get them vaccinated as well. So it's really, there's no magic number. Those are the numbers recommended by the CDC. I'm skeptical that we'll get there just because I'm looking at flu data. I'm not sure we'll get there. But we do need to have that opportunity and have enough vaccine in our community for anybody and everybody who wants to get vaccinated, and our kids to get vaccinated as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Thank you very much for being
Sure.
here. We
Thank you.
appreciate your
Thank you for the
time.
opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to Ms. Satterfield. She's been so very patient. She gets the Patience Award for the
No
day.
problem. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the discussion. As the board member that presented this policy in August, we were in a position of, we don't know what's going on, and superintendent was pretty adamant about opening schools. And so the best way, in my perspective, at that moment in August, was to, how do we support superintendent and also keep our community safe? So as the board member that presented this, and also as a fully vaccinated individual, I operate freely when I am out and about because I feel protected and safe. I really do. And I also know that that is Evity as an individual, but we are a governing body that's responsible for the public. And so when we think about our personal preferences, that's what I do on my personal life, but as my responsibility for close to 60,000 kids and 3,000 employees, I have to think differently, and I have to take myself out of the picture. We have, I think it's pretty clear where we stand, and I honestly, the policy that is being, I want to elevate the conversation a little bit more because it kind of feels like we're here to prove points, and I don't think that's productive at all. And so I like to elevate the conversation and take us back to the policy which is presented. And this policy will sunset in August 2021. So if we continue to push, get the vaccine for people who want to and feel comfortable, from the way that we're seeing the projections of everything happening, I'm not an expert. I'm not CDC, and I apologize to any of our experts that feel like their expertise has been discredited by people who have no information or no studies or background in this type of stuff. So, but I want to ask, if this policy does sunset August 1st, which I personally don't have a problem with that if that's the majority of the board, right? What does it look like if come September, there's an influx? What are those processes in place to say, hey, this is where we're moving to the next phase? So I feel like if we do adopt this policy and adopt these changes, it also needs to follow with the communication that follows and how quickly we'll be able to get that done and the systems in place to make that happen, to ensure that there's no confusion and that everybody is following that matter. What else did I want to say? I've been waiting so long. So yeah, so if this does go and move forward, right? And I appreciate your point, Board Member Henderson, regarding that we've chosen which CDC to follow, right? Because the guideline was not to open, but Superintendent Thomas' wisdom of how to get what the kids need was precedent. So I do respect that, but I also want to have us keep in mind that we're opening schools, and yeah, kids not really transmitting the virus, but without teachers and adults, you won't have school. And so I think it's important to really be mindful of the teachers and their protection and their health. But given that this policy was such at August, they have time to get the vaccine if that is something that they're comfortable with. Dang, can you come back to me if I remember?
Sure,
It was
absolutely.
one more thing. I should have
Yeah,
wrote
we'll
it
come
down.
back to you. That's totally.
But no, that's just my take on all of it. But if we are to adopt this policy and change, I appreciate the board for voting for this policy in August, because we don't know what it will look like, what it could have looked like this past year. And I'm just grateful I'm not one of the 500,000 people that are dead, and I'm able to have this conversation about what's going on, or the over 600 people here in Knox County that are dead. So just count your blessings in that remark. But I would like for us to have a conversation. If we do adopt this, what do those policies and procedures look like to ensure that the communication is effective and clear, to eliminate the back and forth of like, well, I'm taking my kids out, can I sign them up in virtual? Like, we need clear understanding of that. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Satterfield. I think that Ms. Babb was next.
Yeah, and she made me think about this when you're talking about your policy. And I guess this is one thing I sort of have a problem with or this is where I'm seeing a problem with the policy, is talking about revisiting it every month. I don't want to go through this every month. And I mean, I don't. And I think that what worries me too, I mean, we meet on a monthly basis. When we look at like what happened we look at the virus and we look like over the past year, I mean, December was really bad. It could hit really bad and we don't have a voting meeting to vote on it. So I think the way this policy is set up, I think it doesn't necessarily reflect being fluid for the circumstances. And that is one reason I like the superintendent's recommendation, more following what the medical professionals, I think the problem that a lot of people are having is they don't like what the medical professionals are telling them. But I like that because it can be more fluid of they see something today versus we're not fluid. I mean, we meet once a month and the situation might not time with a voting meeting.
Ms. Henderson, would you like to?
Yeah,
respond
thank
to
you,
that?
Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Babb. Yes, that makes sense to me because we do only meet if something happens mid-month and we need to switch it over. And maybe, Mr. Dupler, that's something, if this is adopted, that we can kind of, I don't know, kind of work on, or I can work with you this week or something. I'm not really sure how that works, but, and maybe it's kind of a thing like with the schools, that our schools are open right now, but then, you know, tomorrow they could be closed, you know, based on numbers. And maybe it's kind of the same thing where, okay, well, you know, things are getting worse, kind of the same lines of, okay, well, tomorrow school A needs to wear masks tomorrow. And maybe it's kind of done that way.
Okay,
Well, and if this policy wouldn't exist if it sunsets, right?
Right.
Is that correct? Mr. Dupler, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, like this current policy would expire.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Henderson. So I think this goes to Mr. Thomas's point, which is, I mean, he came up with a reopening plan for this school year, 2021. It's hard to say sometimes. So he did that, and this board signed off on it, and then came up with this policy. So these things really need to go hand in hand going forward. Now, Mr. Thomas's reopening plan will naturally sunset at the end of this year because it was designed for this past year. So this office's recommendation to the board would be whether it's a procedure that you put in the hands of Mr. Thomas and his team, or you know, it's some type of a new plan that he comes up with. I mean, you know, that's again going to have to go part and parcel because, I mean, he's had the metrics in his plan and things like that. So you're still going to need that in some form or fashion to have any type of ability to pivot or, you know, make any changes. I mean, because like you're talking about, I mean, you know, unless you have a special called meeting, you only meet once a month. And you have Mr. Thomas as, you know, as somebody who can make quicker decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Dupler. Okay, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is interesting. This is the time where this is one of those meetings where everybody in this room gets branded. I don't know if anybody else is feeling that, but because people attach so much to this issue. And so the comments that we're making, people in the public right now are making decisions about our values, about a lot of things because of mask. So I know I'm about to be branded and I'm really excited about it. So I had at least 157 emails before 3:00 today. I promise you, I read every single one of them. Absolutely did. I also made a spreadsheet of them. Here's what's really clear in that spreadsheet. There's doctors both sides on the issue. There's teachers both sides of the issue. There's parents on both sides of the issue. Now, except for this really nice handwritten note, I didn't have one student email me, so I don't know what they were thinking in that regard. Here's another observation about that spreadsheet. Anybody who mentions it says, if you only follow the science, doesn't matter what side of the issue you're on. If you only follow the science, you would do X, Y, and Z, right? Also doesn't matter what side of the issue you're on. Everybody says, this has become too political. That is the truth. But everybody's saying it, right? It's become too political. For the board's sake, I asked our wonderful secretary to do an audit of how much time we spent on this issue. Okay? So since November 4th, we've had 6 meetings on this issue. We've spent at least 4.5 hours talking about it. That's not counting all the time we've individually spent on this issue, okay? We've had 33 public forum speakers to date, and we have 20-something tonight. So not counting the time that we're spending today on this issue, 4.5 hours. My question as a public servant who is elected to help advance education for our students in Knox County is, what in the world else could I be spending my time on? Now, don't hear me wrong. If we want to have 20 more meetings about it, I will be there and I will read all the emails and I will do that. If that's what the public is asking this body to invest its time in, I'm down with it. I'll do it. I'm elected. I hope that the public keeps the passion up for the real issues of this pandemic, which is the impact on our students and the lost time in learning, which is the impact on our teachers and our administrators and our families and the real mental health issues of this pandemic, because they are real. But it's not caused alone by masks. Mental health around this pandemic was not caused because somebody asked a kid to put a mask on. It may help it, and I'm not saying that myself. I've talked to mental health providers, even at East Tennessee Children's Hospital, and they all say, yes, mental health is impacting everybody related to the pandemic, but it's because of the whole of it. It's not because mask by itself. So that's my concern with this, is we continue to spend all that time. The time that I outlaid was not about COVID, mask. That's what we've been talking about. I also continue to hear that we need to have a choice in this. If you say that, and you're saying that because you feel like your kid shouldn't have to, you have to acknowledge that in doing that and saying you want your kid in that school, you are not allowing the parent to have a choice who thinks their kid should be masked because it's a public health issue. Because you're saying, I'm going to put my kid next to yours. I get choice. I love choice. I rock choice out every day. But there's also times in my life where I put some of that choice beside because I'm trying to do something for somebody else. And we're used to that as a society. My mother and other people in my family, they're avid smokers. They can't smoke in restaurants. And the reason we've said that as a society is because we're going to not infringe that choice on somebody else because of public health. That's why we've done it. So also, everybody wants to get back to normal. I don't know anybody who wants to get back to normal. But to Ms. Satterfield's point, some people can't get back to normal because their loved ones have died, because they've lost their jobs. And so this whole elevation of normal, we have to acknowledge normal is out the window. Yes, we need to create new rhythms in our life. Yes, we need to continue to be healthy. But whatever that thing was before the pandemic, we don't get to experience that in the exact same way, or at least not everybody does. Also, this pandemic has had a specific impact on our lower income and historically oppressed communities. And I will tell you, In that spreadsheet, from everybody who told me a little bit about themselves, no one was from a historically oppressed community that was communicating with me. And don't get me wrong, all I'm saying is I think historically oppressed communities have felt this harder. And I want to make sure that as somebody who's not lived in a historically oppressed community, that I'm acknowledging that. And also, I hear a lot in those emails about loss. We have all felt loss. There's nobody I'm going to ask in this room tonight who is not going to say that they have not felt loss in this pandemic. So don't pit me against your kid or somebody else because you say they've experienced loss and I don't understand it. Because we all understand to a degree that people have experienced loss in this pandemic. So yes, let's work on the issue. I'm totally down with figuring out the policy. But we as a school board need to make sure that we're focusing our energy where it needs to be focused. And we have some choice in that. And again, I'm not saying we don't listen to our constituents, but the reality is the constituents are not clear on this. They're not. So I would make a recommendation for the policy. And I think it's to Evie's point and Ms. Babb's point that if it's going to sunset, I don't think we need to revisit every month. We've been doing that and nothing's been solved with it. I don't know how keep visiting every month is going to help it. If we make it sunset, we have to give some indication at what we're going to look at to decide whether or not we're going to ask people to wear a mask again. I hope by August 1st, the people who are way smarter than me, that put way more time in this, that we pay, that have gotten a lot of education, who are suggesting that we wear a mask in schools, I'm hoping that guidance changes, without a doubt. But if it should reverse course or whatever, we need to have something that says, what are we going to do with that information? And so my recommendation would be to say this policy will sunset on August 1st, 2021, unless, and I think we have to choose an entity because to Mr. Dupler's point, when he and I were talking, these groups could diverge at some point. Unless the Tennessee Department of Health continues to list universal mask wearing for safe operations for K-12 schools. And the reason I didn't go with the CDC is because although I think that's ultimately who we should go to, the reality is we're under the state of Tennessee. And so that would be my recommendation. And then another recommendation for the policy, and this is on line 21, bullet point 2, because again, my 157 emails, for anybody who's against the mask, the one issue that is consistently gets brought up is the effects of mental health. I think this policy is actually fairly loose in the sense of there's a lot of discretion by principals. Are families taking advantage of that discretion? I don't know. I have no clue if people are asking for leniency, but there's a lot of ability to have leniency in this policy right now. And I think that was wise from the board, and I think it was intentional. And I will also recall that the board voted for this policy 8-1. I wasn't on the board at the time, but the board at that time voted for this policy 8-1. So in bullet point 2, I would say students, employees, and visitors may be exempted from this policy by the school principal due to a medical and/or a mental health condition related to masks as documented by a licensed medical or mental health professional. So this is line 21, bullet point 2.
Oh, okay, number 2. Okay, I was looking for bullet points. Number 2, okay.
Sorry, yeah, I guess it's not technically a bullet point, but it's number 2, yeah. And the reason I'm suggesting that is because I'm trying to really listen to the mass of folks who have contacted me, and what their concern is, what I keep hearing is, my kid is suffering because of masks from a mental health standpoint. And I think we already in the policy allowed for medical condition, and I think we can be explicit about medical and mental health conditions. So, thank you. I noticed nobody was cheering for me out there.
Ms. Pounds?
Yeah, I'm concerned about that recommendation. I know that I read this and having worked in the schools, I know how hard it would be for me as a parent to get a medical for a mental exemption, and then you've got the IEPs mentioned and the 504 plans, and it's not as easy as that sounds. And I also know that depending on your doctor, it may or may not be easy to get that medical exemption. I mean, I know how my granddaughter has been affected mentally, and it may not show up as a true mental disability, but I mean, she hates going to school, and she has the most wonderful teacher in the world, but she hates going to school this year. She has trouble breathing. She has trouble with the heat related to the mask. But would a doctor write her a medical exemption? Probably not. But yet, every afternoon, I see the effects of that. So, as a grandparent. So, I can't be real supportive of that because I think it's too limiting and too hard to obtain.
Okay, Ms. Bab.
Yeah, can you restate your thing about following the Tennessee? Who was it you were asking
Yeah,
us to follow?
so earlier in the policy, this is line 3 and 4, we mentioned the Centers for Disease and Control and Prevention, the Tennessee Department of Health, and the Knox County Department of Health. The reason I was suggesting picking one in terms of deciding if it sunsets is because at some point those three groups could diverge in terms of their guidance. And if we say we're going to just sunset it because of the recommendations, if we look at the recommendations of all three, well, what if two of them aren't in agreement, right? And so my recommendation was this policy will sunset on August 1st, 2021, unless at that time, right, August 2021, first, the Tennessee Department of Health continue to list universal mask. I think that word universal is pretty important. I mean, everything I read about the guidance is the universal is a really important word. The universal mask wearing for safe operations of K-12 schools. And then I would remove the part about the month-to-month looking at it.
I guess this is the question I have, and I've posed this question to Mr. Dupler and I've posed it to Mr. Thomas because I'm looking at, we've got Ms. Henderson's recommendation. I guess I'm calling your policy a recommendation. And then we've got the superintendent's recommendation, and I don't think they jive with each other. Like, I don't think we can't pass both of them. So that's where I sort of feel like we've kind of got, this is sort of the way I'm taking it is we've sort of got two suggestions going on. And as a board, we're going to have to decide between the two. And Mr. Thomas's is not posed as a policy versus yours is posed as a policy, but that's kind of the way I'm taking it. And I don't know how others are doing it, but so sometimes I don't know if it is worth kind of changing yours or if it's just almost, how do we vote? Is it sort of your recommendation or your recommendation? I don't know. I've been a little confused about this whole thing.
Okay.
I just had a question for Mr. Dupler. I thought I heard you say that this policy kind of automatically sunsets anyway. We passed, maybe not. We passed it at your recommendation at the time of an emergency, kind of to get us back in school. But going forward, we really need to look at the superintendent developing a new plan for 21-22 and possibly a new policy to go along and mesh with his plan. Is that what I heard you say? Because if that's true, then we need to just let this one sunset out. You can take off the part that Ms. Babb didn't like about month to month. My purpose of having that in there was not to give us more flexibility, but to let the public know that just because we mask doesn't mean we're going to stay masked. So you better choose wisely when you make your choice of homeschool or virtual or in person. So is that correct that he needs a new plan for 21-22? Our policy needs to reflect a plan.
Mr. Dupler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bounds. It's close, Ms. Bounds. What I said was that Mr. Thomas's plan because there's two different things going on right now, and they're in concert right now, but that may change again, just like the guidelines are changing, right? So right now, this board has approved Mr. Thomas's plan. That plan will naturally sunset, at the end of this school year, because it was always designed, if you look at that plan, it was always designed for this particular school year that we're in right now. But then when you look at this policy is in conjunction with the plan, but separate from the plan. So this policy does not naturally sunset. I mean, if you look at other policies that this board has, for instance, searches and seizures, I mean, there are policies that have sunset provisions in them. So in the law advice, I mean, this would not be a plan or a policy that's going to naturally sunset without some type of action from the board.
Okay.
But again, our recommendation is you have to look at both of this. You have to look at some type of plan going forward, and you've got to look at this policy going forward. And the board's already weighed in on both of these things for this year. So now you're talking about next year. So
given that all of this was designed for an emergency pandemic where we knew nothing about this disease, I'm not saying throw it out entirely, but to me, I would either rather let it sunset and come up with a policy that addressed the situation for next year versus trying to make this policy and move it on forward to another year, because I don't feel like this policy really reflects where we're at right now as a community, as a school district, and as a society, and especially in light of what so many of us know, that none of the school districts around us are doing what we're doing. And most of them, I mean, Maryville's never had a mask mandate for their early childhood kids or, elementary age kids. So I just feel like that to go forward with this policy that was developed under very different circumstances. I don't know. That's my thoughts. If we want to take everything out except sunset it out, however we can make it work as a board, but I think it really needs a lot of work.
And I hate to, I don't want to speak over anybody. I just wanted to address what Ms. Bounds is saying. It's really the will of the board. I mean, the board can say, hey, we're done with this policy and come up with a completely new policy. The board can go forward with Ms. Henderson's proposal. I mean, it's whatever the board wants to come up with.
Thank you. Okay, now I know Miss Christie was next, and then after that, I've kind of lost track because I forgot to pay attention. Were you next?
Sure.
Were you next before her?
No, Christy.
Okay, Christy, then Ebony, and then I don't know who it was between you two. So Miss Christie.
I'm going to keep it short.
Okay.
I'm going to be Pollyanna here. I think things are going to be much better by the time we start the new school year. My personal preference is to not make a decision on masks in April for August. I think that, the plan's going to have to be rewritten. It would be nice to see some metrics or something in there that is more geared toward how do we get back to normal rather than what's going to shut us down, because I think that we need to include that for parents. I mean, I've been very transparent with the people that have reached out to me and have just said, I don't know. I do not know if your children will need masks in August. I mean, I'm hopeful and I'm optimistic. I don't think they will, but I don't know. So I would like to see it wait and maybe be brought back with whatever Bob does with his new plan.
Thank you, Ms. Christie. And one issue was when parents are deciding between virtual and in person, it was kind of a bigger thing. If that's really kind of going away, that kind of plays into that, because now there's really not that choice, correct? So is that true,
That's
Mr.
correct.
Thomas?
my thinking at this point is that if we're going to do virtual, offer virtual, it's going to be with 3 schools like we talked about,
Which would be
elementary,
very
middle,
limited.
high, and very limited. If we don't have more than 4,500, 1,500 at each school, then, we're okay. But if we have more, then, we can't move forward with more than 4,500. So some people won't get a choice at that point.
Okay. So it
That's what I'm thinking. Again,
Okay.
that's off the top of my head.
Okay, so it kind of does change for parents that wanted to know this piece of information for when they made that choice. Things have changed just today with that. So, okay, Ms. Satterfield.
Yes, Christy pretty much said what I was going to agree with Board Member Bounds that I support this policy sunset in August because it was for emergency reaction, right? And then seeing Superintendent Thomas reopening plan our idea and creating a policy that matches that, because we don't need to be in friction with our superintendent, whatever that looks like. But I also just want to, but you might not know, so I'm just going to say it. We can't really compare Knox County schools to surrounding districts because Maryville City Schools is the size of my district alone. So we're a pretty big district. And so, or any private school, Loudoun County, whatever it may be. And so I think in Knoxville, we get used to our communities and never really realize that there's communities way across town. And we're Knox County Schools as a whole, and we govern a lot of people. So yeah, that's what I want to say.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go to Mr. Watson and then to Ms. Henderson and then to Ms. Fab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one last comment. I really appreciate the last few minutes of conversation. I appreciate all of it, but I really appreciate the last few minutes of conversation. And I think, so I read the minutes, and Ms. Satterfield, will you just confirm? I think what happened when this policy was first approved was there was a plan presented first, and then the following meeting, you presented a policy, and according to the minutes, the reason why you presented that is you wanted more clarity about implementation, correct?
Correct.
My guess is most people know what the expectation is, if we have masks or not, what the expectation is if we do have them. I mean, they kind of know how this thing rolls. I think I'm good with saying, let's put this back in the hands of the superintendent, do away with the policy August 1st, and let him do what he needs to do in terms of the plan, because to Mr. Dupler's point, because of where we're in the pandemic especially, and things are continuing to change all the time, we need to be more nimble to it. So especially given the reason why the policy was enacted in the first place, it was about clarity. I think we're pretty clear on what the expectations would be if we had them. I don't know that it needs to continue to be a board level policy, and it can go back to more of a day-to-day operations management issue as a thought. So.
Okay, and Ms. Henderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Yes, so I think a lot of good points have been brought up. I think this has been productive conversation right here. I do agree, maybe like sunsetting this policy because it was written, and I appreciate this policy so much as a parent, going into a school year. I appreciate that we got to go to school. Sunsetting this current policy because it was during an emergency situation, and then maybe working on the part of the reopening plan about the face coverings, if that sounds okay.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Fab?
And now maybe I'm confused because, well, I mean, what I'm trying to clarify is because I feel like we've only been talking about this, but to me, the bigger issue is Mr. Thomas's recommendation. And we keep talking about the reopening plan, but I feel like you have put out a recommendation for the reopening plan. And so are we going to discuss that next, or that's where I feel like we've concentrated all on this policy, and the bigger issue is really his recommendation.
And you said earlier that we're basically making a choice between, I
didn't know.
But I think you've characterized it very well between that portion of the superintendent's plan and the policy.
Yeah.
Obviously, the policy trumps the plan. If we change this policy, if it sunsets, then as Mr. Thomas stated earlier, that's what he would carry out. So does that clear it up?
Yeah, but I do think the bigger thing is, because I think there's probably disagreement among this board on Mr. Thomas's recommendation. And I feel like I didn't know if we were now going to that to discuss. That's where I'm a little confused. Like if we were talking about the policy and now we're moving to his recommendation, because Because I do disagree a little bit with you on parents not needing to know, because we have a lot of parents, from what I'm hearing about, they want to know if they need to go private. They need to know
You're
if
right.
they're going, I'm forgetting all the terms. And some of these parents tell me if their child has to wear a mask, they will not be in Knox County Schools in person. Or if it's the opposite, they will not be in person. And so I think you can't leave it totally ambiguous, because it's not just a virtual in person. It's a, do I send my kid to Knox County Schools next year?
I think you're exactly right. And that's really why I felt like we had to have this conversation now in April. Granted, it's early. No, we all agree on that, but I think you're 100% right. I have gotten, I've also gotten 150 emails, and I've read most of them. And so we've all gotten 150 emails. So I think that an overwhelming theme of those was parents want the right to choose. And a lot of teachers, I heard from a lot of teachers who parents and teachers want the right to choose whether they wear a mask, and that our decision does play into whether they're going to homeschool or go to, I've heard people say they're going to just move to a different county. And we've had people that have moved here from California who can't believe we would consider masks. So, I think that's why I do think it's a big deal right now.
Yeah.
So, okay, and I had another point, and it just went totally out the window.
We've got to give people some direction where we're thinking. And I don't think we can say we all know August 15th, but I think it's got to be tied to something, whether it's his recommendation to the Knox County Health Department or a benchmark that his office comes up with or something, because parents have got to feel like they understand it's going to change, or it's not going to change. It's going to be one way or the other.
I feel like I guess my thought is that, of course, I'm in favor of this sunsetting on April 1st, but at the same time, providing, and the superintendent would have to certainly weigh in on, if we got into a situation where, we're back to like the December problem that we were having, what would he do? What would he want to do at that point? So I think we're kind of agreeing. It sounds like that we think this should sunset. We're not voting right now, obviously, but I think it sounds like there's a lot of agreement around the table, which I'm glad to hear. I think that's progress, that we've actually been able to talk through it. I know it's been 2 hours, but we've come to some kind of understanding that this, and that this was an emergency policy. And the reason I supported the policy was because I voted for the reopening plan. I felt like the reopening plan at the time, we thought we definitely needed masks so we can go back to school. The reopening plan included masks. So therefore I voted for this because this was an emergency policy. Would I have voted for it if I thought it was going to be here forever or even into next school year? Absolutely not. But it says emergency measure. And therefore, I felt like I could support it. So I appreciate that whoever brought that out, I think Ms. Satterfield and Ms. Bounds, that this was for an emergency reason. So it sounds like we have agreement on that. We think maybe we should sunset. It's just kind of what the next, the question is after that. Mr. Watson, do you have a brilliant idea?
Well, I don't know if it's brilliant. You can tell me later. Mr. Thomas, I think it sounds like where we're headed potentially is we're going to put something pretty heavy on you. And so based on the conversation that we're having right now, it sounds like and I agree. I do think parents have to have some sense of where we're headed. I think we owe that to the public to do that. I know you already have a starting point because we have a plan for this year. I'm assuming you wouldn't be starting from scratch, and I'm sure you all thought a lot about it. And what's a reasonable amount of time that we could expect as a board to see, not a plan, we're open, but to see a plan related to any public health measures that we might keep in place in Knox County Schools, that you would recommend that we keep in Knox County Schools, an official kind of document. Here's my plan.
Yeah, I would like we have a very talented team. So I would like for an opportunity for our team to discuss that, talk about that, and then come back to the board.
Well, I guess
what that might look.
What do you think is reasonable in terms of amount of time? I'm not going to hold you to it. I'm getting us- I want to get us minutes.
Let me,
Well-
so today's Wednesday, so we meet again next Wednesday. Let us shoot for a week. Here's the thing too, we may not know about this the plan till late May, which,
Right.
is really too late for parents to probably make a decision on what they're going to do. So, and John's a lot more versed on this. He's worked with the state board and also. John, if I misspeak or say something different, you please jump up and correct me too. So I think that's one issue, that it could be much later in the school year before we know. Another issue is if it's limited capacity, 4,500 students, then, and we have 10,000, I don't know what the number will be, that are interested in virtual. Obviously, a lot of students are not going to get that opportunity. So let me talk to staff tomorrow, and then let me say, hey, here's what we think is a reasonable time to
Okay.
be
'Cause
able to come back.
it sounds like from what the state board's intention is that we're going to have to jump to our plan for the following year, next year, basically, right? Going to having a small number of virtual schools. So basically, we're just going to have to go there instead of the intermediary year that you were expecting.
Right.
Okay. I know both of you have your mics down. I don't know who was
I
first.
just have a question. How many students do we have on virtual now? I mean, I know we've thrown out numbers over.
About 12,000.
13,000,
Okay,
something like that.
It is a big number.
if you're
Okay.
looking at 4,500.
Well, and I'll bring this point up too, because it is a big number, but I know I've heard from a lot of people and gotten a lot of emails that say that they held their kids out because they didn't want their kids to wear masks. So a lot of those people, they're staying, they're not in school because of that issue. So, okay, I think Ms. Henderson and then Ms. Satterfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. I just want to say real fast, with the reopening plan, I would love to see, some metrics in there. So that way parents know, because it can change and it is fluid, whatever we decide. I would like to see metrics so they kind of know what it's based on. I think that would be helpful as well. And non-COVID metrics. I mean, COVID related metrics, not, the non-COVID ones.
Okay, Ms. Satterfield.
Yeah, that's what I was alluding to, is that it's almost from what Daniel just requested from superintendent. It's almost as if the communication to be clear, to board member Babb's point of like giving some directive to our parents that if we see this increase that X number, I do want to say that we haven't had any, well, I don't know, in my district, we haven't had any red schools pretty much in the whole couple months, right? And so we do have some type of measurement of how we went red and how we didn't. So if we use that data from this past year to say, hey, parents, if we see this number at a school, we will highly recommend enforcing these protocols. And those protocols could possibly be masks, right? And I think that should be a procedure versus a policy, because we don't want to have to continue to do that. I don't want to do this every month. I'm tired of talking about face masks. I want to talk about academic achievement. I want to talk about moving our schools forward. I don't want to talk about masks. And so I think it should be more of a procedure, and I highly recommend using these protocols if we go X, Y, and Z. That's my bright idea, John Rice.
Thank you. Okay, I just have one other, and this may be a question, and I think this could be a discrepancy between schools. I thought that kids like in elementary, when they went out for recess, weren't wearing a mask right now, but they are. Is that correct? And so I guess I would just ask if we can, whether, and board members feel free to, jump in here, but for recess, and I'm thinking about summer band camps, I've heard health professionals say that basically the sunshine, when outside you have ventilation and the sunshine, that with the combination of those, you're not going to get COVID outside. So I'm very concerned that as the temperatures heat up with our little kids on the playground in masks, that we're going to have kids, that's not a healthy situation. And then summer band camp, when it's 95 degrees and probably 105 on the pavement, that's really an unhealthy situation. So I would really ask that we revisit that personally, on behalf of my constituents. I would ask that. So Ms. Bounds and then Ms.
I
Henderson.
really would like to get to public forum and close this out, but I will say, if the superintendent needs any direction, of course, my first choice would be that we give people the choice, that people that feel like their kids are safe could send them to school without a mask. If you don't feel like your child is safe and you're fearful, then put a mask on them. I mean, I think it comes down to personal choice. However, I know that that's probably not going to happen. So I do think we need to look at age ranges, high school. It doesn't have to be, and the superintendent, let me commend him. He has done a wonderful job in doing like one school red and not shutting down the whole county like we used to do for snow days. So I think we really need to look at some diversity here between like high school. Maybe they need masks. Middle school, not so much. Elementary, probably not. To your point, we need to look at activities. If we're going to require masks, we need to look at activities, because I know my grandchildren are masked on the playground. I know that when they run track, they're running track masked, and they can't breathe. So we're going to have to really look at some, be more specific with activities, grade levels, bands, schools. I loved Ms. Satterfield's idea. If a school is showing an uptick, let them all wear masks until it's over. We don't have to do a one size fits all anymore in Knox County schools. And I really think that that needs to be a part of this plan going forward.
Thank you, Ms. Bounds. Very good points. I feel like we've made some progress here this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, anything else for the moment? Mr. Dupler, Mr. Dupler.
Yeah,
Please
I
weigh in.
hate to say anything either. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say that the current policy does not require wearing masks outside. It does not, never did. I mean, it requires while attending school or a school function in any school building. That's it.
I agree. I think that we've asked for clarification on implementation, and we continue to have issues. So I agree. That's why I supported that policy when we did it, because it did have that caveat in it, but it just feels like we still have principals who are determined that kids are going to wear masks. And I think that's unfortunate, because I think there is room for it in the policy. Okay, if that is it, I think that is the end of this. Did you want to say anything else? Are you good on the discussion about the reopening?
Not really, but I don't think we're getting where I want to go.
Well, I think that we need to give the superintendent time to go back, right?
Honestly, I felt like we had a recommendation and a plan from the superintendent, which we kind of have totally ignored tonight. And we have totally focused on the face covering policy. And so that's a little bit my confusion. I feel like the superintendent came with a recommendation to us, and we have all talked around it and talked about everything else and asked him to come up with something else. And we just never actually have addressed what he recommended. And that's kind of where I'm having a little bit of a problem tonight, because he came with a recommendation and we keep going like, well, come back next week with a recommendation. Well, we have one. So that's a little bit where I'm having problems, because what if he comes back with this same recommendation next week? Y'all all seem to want to ignore it. I mean, that's kind of that sort of seems to be what I'm getting from y'all, is y'all are ignoring it by not addressing it, because all we've talked about is this face covering policy. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm having a problem with our discussion tonight.
Okay, I can appreciate that. I think that's a very valid point. Sure. We've gotten very sidetracked by one portion of it, because if you look at it, that's the first piece, and then it goes to physical distancing, daily temperature checks. Okay, Mr. Watson.
Yep, I'll make this real brief, Madam Chair. Thank you. Superintendent, you and I talked earlier this week, and when you and I talked, I said, we can't make the mass decision in isolation. We need your recommendation, right? And I know you were going to give one anyway, but then you provided a recommendation. I hear you. To me, it's a little bit about semantics. To me, when the public hears recommendation, it's a little loose. So if he goes back and just puts at the top of the header, here's my plan for this school year, I'm down with it. But that was the only reason why I asked the question about your formal plan, because recommendation can sound a little bit loose. So, thanks.
And I sort of got the feeling you didn't like my recommendation. So
Well,
I'm with, so I'll come back with something else.
Ms. Downs?
and I think it has been helpful for the superintendent to hear this discussion, and maybe he can, along with his staff, revisit that plan or recommendation, because I think from hearing the will of the board tonight and hearing the speakers at public forum and hearing especially what Dr. Childs said, I mean, I think he needs to seriously, that was a very concrete, like, okay, here, I'm going to follow CDC. I don't think it's as easy as that. And I think he and his staff need to take all of this discussion into account before he makes a new plan.
I think, Ms. Satterfield?
And I don't think that and I hear you, Virginia, completely, I do. But I don't think we fully ignored it, because I'm looking at his recommendation and he indicates guidance may change on several ways in the school year progresses. So I feel like this conversation, my interpretation is just where are we at a board level to get rid of the policy and go back to the procedure to where it falls under superintendent's guidance in a sense. And so I think the only thing that he would take out from this perspective is following the CDC versus like recommendations from the CDC and what it's looking like in our particular community, like adding that type of language. But this conversation, I feel, was just a matter of getting rid of that emergency policy and sunsetting. And it took us 2 hours to get there, but we got there.
Ms. Henderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. I think that, the recommendations and the plan, face coverings was such a big part of that plan. And I think that's why it I don't think it got side railed. It's such a, passionate issue. And so I think that's what happened. And I think that this discussion was good because when I got that plan, I had an issue with that, the contact tracing. So I think it's good to hear what the board members have to say. Because when that plan came out, it's like, here's the plan. But we haven't had a meaningful discussion about where we stood on this. We all feel differently about it. We're on both sides.
Mhm. Mr. McMillan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only thing I would say is, I would think that no matter what Dr. Buchanan said in reference to the CDC, they've been a little bit, not nearly as bad, but Dr. Fauci is supposed to be the world's authority. And I think he's more concerned with being a celebrity than he is, because he's been everywhere, all over the place. If you don't believe it, you just go back and look. He's one place, then he's somewhere else. So what my recommendation would be to the superintendent is stay within the confines of the state of Tennessee and coming up with your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McMillan. Okay. Okay. Anything else? Okay. Yeah, we're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll start back at 8 o'clock. How about that? Thank you. Night. So let's see, we're almost all back. Are you ready, my dear? What do you think?
I'd be so excited for prom. Thank you guys for prom.
Okay, do we think do we ever?
I think we're good.
Okay, and my mic's break on now. Okay, we're going to start with public forum, and I do want to remind everybody with public forum that there is 5-minute limit, and at 5 minutes you will have a timer, and we will have to stop you speaking at 5 minutes. I also am going to call 2 names at a time so that you can first name and then the person behind, so that you can just get lined up to know that you're going to speak. So first, Amber Burns, and after that, Hillary Godsey. And if you would just state your name and county of residence, and you have 5 minutes to speak.
Okay, my name is Amber Burns, Knox County resident. I just want to start out by saying thank you all very much. We realize this is time consuming. We do appreciate the conversation. I came in with something prepared so I wouldn't get off track. However, y'all had my whole conversation for me and answered a lot of what I was going to say. So I appreciate that. I also appreciate those who have read our emails and replied back. So I just want to kind of start in speaking overall. We really appreciate that you're trying to allow a safe environment which you guys can communicate and we can also communicate with you. Unfortunately, this has not been such an environment. And this is due to the impact of social media, as you all have experienced, obviously. We all kind of get branded. As you all should be well aware from emails, after a previous meeting, parents who spoke were harassed online and threatening comments were made. This was further instigated by a school member or a school board member who seems to join those discussions online quite frequently. Tonight, I'm asking that we as Knox County citizens better ourselves. I'm asking that we look at each other and have grace and dignity and agree that we can disagree, and that's okay, which is exactly what you guys showed us tonight, and that's okay. That's healthy. I would ask that no matter what's said, because as it was pointed out by Mr. Watson, there's always 2 sides or more to everything, and there's 2 sides to this conversation. Masks and vaccines are very heated topics, and everybody has emotions about that. However, I would ask that there is, that's taken into account, and there would be no harassing or threatening done, if possible, by other Knox County citizens. Some of us even felt like our kids were threatened last time. There was even information given on some of our names specifically, and it was said, hey, you should make sure all the teachers in those schools know the kids to those parents. And I do feel like that is a public safety issue. I just wanted to mention that publicly because I would ask for that to end. Our kids are watching not only these conversations we're having, but also how we're reacting to them as parents. And I don't feel like that's healthy. And I shouldn't have to worry about for the safety of my child after I speak tonight. So I just kind of want to mention, it was brought up tonight, mental health issues with kids wearing masks specifically. I would just say as a parent, a lot of us have seen this directly. Ms. Bounds kind of mentioned it for her grandkids. My daughter's in kindergarten. When she first started school, she knew no one at her school. And she came home and said, Mom, I'm having a really hard time making friends. When we go outside, because that school is following what they thought was the policy, they're wearing masks. And she said, Mom, I have to choose between making friends or wearing a mask. And so she said, I can play by myself and take my mask off. Or if I want to play with someone and try to meet them, I have to wear my mask. And it's really hot, Mom. What do I do? It took them a long time to meet each other this year, to get to know each other. I'm still not sure that she may know everybody in class because of the segregation, just to keep them safe, within the guidelines, that we're following. But I would say parents know those impacts. The medical community, I haven't told my pediatrician, but I think my daughter has felt isolated. She plays with her dolls and talks about she hopes they don't get the virus. That is not something a kindergartner needs to be talking about. There is a huge impact. I pray to goodness, and I pray a lot to God that she will never remember this. But, there's a huge impact on our kids that these these medical professionals can't talk about. And I also want to point out, kids wear masks the most. We're able to go into office spaces by ourselves. We're able to distance ourselves enough that we can take our masks off. The kids do not have that same opportunity. So when we say, hey, we may choose to not wear a mask when we go into public, what we're saying is, nope, our kids need to go to school, wear a mask all day, no exceptions. Because even if they have a medical exception, it was just pointed out to me, if they don't wear a mask and the policy is they have to, they're going to be picked on, even if there's a valid reason. And I'd like to point out my experience tonight. I've been vaccinated for months, and there was no question asked to me when I came in if I was vaccinated and I needed to wear my mask while I was still 3 feet apart from everybody. We can't keep with the same information that we have because it's constantly changing. My other question is, as kind of mentioned, parents will not feel as though they're safe sending their kids to school if we don't wear a mask. If vaccines are the end game, would those parents get their kids vaccinated to then make them feel safe? I think you may find that some of those same parents are not wanting to get their kids vaccinated because that's a very heated subject. What I'm asking is that you give us the choice. I feel as though parents are the best ones to make that decision. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Hillary Godsey, and after her is Kevin Hill.
Ms. Warren, I believe by policy, we can make a comment after a public forum speaker, correct?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
sorry, thank you. I promise I'm not going to do this for all 33.
Thank you.
But I do want to go on public to Ms. Burns' concern about being harassed. I know I can speak for myself, and I don't think anybody on the board has done that. I know she's speaking about people in the public. And I just would want to go on record to say that should not be tolerated, and nobody should be harassed or threatened around this discussion or any other discussion. And I was really pleased in all the phone calls that I had and the emails that there was only one person that made me uncomfortable in that conversation. And I politely dismissed the conversation and ended it. And I think we all have the right to do that. And I would want to elevate what Ms. Burns is saying and saying, no matter how passionate you feel about this, let's keep it civil. So thank you.
Thank you. Hillary Godsey, and then Kevin Hill after her. Ms. Godsey, if you just say your name, county of residence, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Hillary Godsey. I'm from Knox County. I too had something prepared, but I think that you guys hit every single bullet point that I had. And I just want to say thank you, because at least we're having the conversation. And that's, I think, one of the biggest things that we wanted. We just wanted to hear that what we were feeling was valid, that we wanted to have discussion about it and go from there. And I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, but I just want to pray over you guys, because you're in a really tough place. I don't want your seat, not for 1 minute. And so I don't ever want you guys to feel like we're against you, because we're working with you. And we might not agree, but I want what's best for our kids just as much as you guys do, and I want to support that. So if I'm allowed to do that, am I allowed to do that? Is that okay? Okay. Awesome. Heavenly Father, I just thank you so much for this opportunity. I thank you for every single person that's on this board. I pray that you would just bless them, Father. I pray that you would bless their families, keep them safe. I pray that you would even begin now to just speak to their hearts. I pray that you would give them wisdom, that you would send people in their paths to give them direction and to give them wisdom on what to do with our kids. Father, I pray for our kids right now, that they are the ones who are experiencing this. And for our teachers, I pray peace over them. I pray discernment, wisdom over them. I pray that they feel safe in their schools. I pray against mental health issues. I pray that you would just have your way just in the board, in the schools. Father, you are so good. And we just come before you now and just ask for Knox County just to have this peace of mind when going over this policy. I pray for our superintendent, Father, for his office and his staff, that you would just give them wisdom, give them discernment, and just continue to move forward, Father, with all of this. We love you, Jesus, and we just thank you for this time together. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Kevin Hill, and then Rebecca Reeves.
This past year,
I'm sorry,
Kevin Hill, Knox County.
Thank you.
This past year has been marked by a colossal failure from the local level and national levels in leadership. While initial reactions that violated rights of citizens are debatably excusable as errors in judgment, To now be a year out persisting in these errors is a complete dereliction of duty by any elected official. In regard to your responsibility as a school board member, by August of this past year, despite what Dr. Buchanan has claimed, we had plenty of evidence that there was not significant spread of COVID-19 by children. The county's own policy didn't require masks under the age of 12, so no school should have. As of now, we not only have on the local level empirical evidence that masking people has no effect on the spread of COVID-19. We also have those results and data from other nations and other states that have taken radically different approaches. Loudoun County, Blount County, no mask mandate. Knox County, mask mandate. No difference in case numbers or death rates. I'd like an explanation for that. If it's because, well, they masked anyway, fine, then we've just proven that personal choice works and we don't need to mandate anything to anybody. The data is in, there is no merit to masking policies. And so to persist in them, the school board is crossing over from erring on the side of caution to openly engaging in child abuse. I realize that it is a harsh assessment of the board's current policies, but it must be said. Psychological abuse is defined by our government as a pattern of behavior that impairs a child's emotional development or sense of self-worth. We can list off the laundry list of those. I emailed them to you. So for the sake of time, I'll move on. The actions that have been taken in the past year toward our children have directly engaged in all of these behaviors on the part of adults, or else they have fostered such behavior among children. We just heard about it. To force children into masks all day long that can physically harm them by literally putting a petri dish of bacteria on their face to rebreathe is unacceptable. For them to be taught that the very people and institutions they are supposed to trust are the source of this harm is dangerous for our democracy. In the state of Tennessee, every citizen walking the streets has a legal obligation to report suspected child abuse. I am now fulfilling that legal obligation to you as a school board member. We know, as of recent reports from the Knox County Coroner's Office, that suicides were way up in the course of the past year. That is direct evidence of our social experiment has harmed our citizens. We also know from years of data that children developmentally need to see the face of others when communicating and developing life skills. While adults might recover quickly after a year of masking, children having their developmental process disrupted are not as likely to have a quick recovery and might have permanent damage in their communication skills or their future interpersonal relationships. This impact is the definition of psychological child abuse. It is now time to err on the side of caution by avoiding the possibility of fostering such negative consequences. It is not necessarily child abuse to make a mistake that has a negative psychological impact on a child. It becomes abuse when that mistake is demonstrable and yet the person in error persists in the negative behavior. As of tonight, that error has been demonstrated. The question you must consider over the coming week is, will you act responsibly for our children or cross the line into child abuse? I'd like to make one point regarding Martha Buchanan and her expertise. You all had to answer the questions to one another you posed to her. Why would you ever listen to her again?
Rebecca Reeves and then Monica Haas. Hi, if you'll just state your name, county of residence.
Okay, hi, my name is Rebecca Reeves and I'm from Knox County. So I just want to talk a little bit about March of 2020, 1 week before the 2 weeks to slow the spread. I was sick. I had a fever and a sore throat and the whole 9 yards. So I went to a CVS walk-in clinic. Flu test was negative, strep test was negative, and there were no COVID tests back then because this was like in the beginning. So the doctor says, you've got to go home and isolate. But while I was there, she said, go get your supplies, what that you need real quick. So she hands me some masks and gloves. But she doesn't just hand them to me and say, just put them on. She said, there is responsibility with these that I need you to know, and I need you to listen, and I need you to understand. So this was my training in the beginning. I'm probably the first person in Knox County to wear a mask, and I did it happily. She said, when you put these gloves on and you walk out of this store, I want you to dispose of them in the trash can outside. Don't even touch the car door handle. Do you understand me? This is important. Cross-contamination will drive a pandemic. Do you understand? She said, when you put on this mask, grab it by the loopholes. She said, the second that you touch your mask, it's over. Throw it away, discard it. She said, if you don't get everything you need in this store and you have to go to another store, leave that mask on. That's probably why we see people driving with masks, maybe. But you don't take it. She said, the second you take it off and you put it in your car, you touch it, your thumb gets in there, it's over. Do you understand me? And I said, yes, ma'am, I understand you. And I took it seriously. So imagine my surprise when all of a sudden July comes and Knox County mandates mask. Just wear it. Just do it. Just shut up. Don't be a COVID idiot. Wear your mask. And I'm going, does anybody understand the responsibility with this? And then our kids are in masks. And let me tell you something. My kids would army crawl on a public restroom floor if I let them. They are not the same as a surgeon. When I hear people say, oh, well, we let surgeons wear masks, why can't kids? Have you met children? And I'm sorry, yes, as Martha Buchanan said, it is our responsibility as parents to teach them stuff. But if you've ever had children, it is a lifetime of teaching them how to do proper things. And I'm not going to teach my kids how to wear a mask. I'm not going to teach them how to put duct tape on their mouth or tie their hands behind their backs. I'm not going to do it. How many times a day are our children touching their masks? Their masks are done before they even get into the schoolroom. They're over. My child, I have sent y'all emails of my children's masks. They are coated in Doritos, crust, and funk. I would like for someone to put them under a microscope to see what's under there. That is not health. All that matters is that their mouth and their nose is covered. That's the only thing that matters to most people. I mean, some kids could be probably going into their grandma's closet and putting loopholes on grandma's old t-shirt and wearing it as a mask. Does it matter? Do y'all know what's inside the masks? Does anybody know? Is it the mask they wore yesterday? Are they wearing their little brother's mask that their little brother wore yesterday? Do we even know? Does it matter? No, because it's not about health. It's about obedience and compliance. And I'm done with it. My children will not be wearing a mask in the fall, even if they go to Knox County. They will not be wearing a mask anywhere because cross-contamination will drive a pandemic. Have you looked at the cities, the counties, and the states in America where the pandemic is the worst? Mask compliance is the best. They have the highest mask compliance. I'm not the CDC, thank God, because I can do simple science. And I have been told for a long time that I'm anti-science. When I found out 2 weeks ago in the court of law that the CDC testified that they are not using RCT studies to make their decisions. Did y'all know that? They're using observational studies, which is anti-science. So hallelujah, glory to God, I have been pro-science this whole time. So I say that we fire the CDC and we get a second opinion because in my book, they're done. And me and my family will not follow the CDC. Me and my family will not be wearing masks. And this mask has turned into a monster because we keep feeding it. And we also keep feeding bacteria on the back side of our masks. And our kids are breathing it in and they're breathing it out. If you touch something and it has COVID on it and then you touch your mask, guess what happens? In your nostrils and in your lungs. And like I said again, it is not rocket science to figure that out. I do not want this school board or anybody else to follow the recommendations of the CDC, of Fauci, or this health department who has already proved how incompetent they are. I love all of you. I appreciate it. I thank you for this time, and I'm very passionate about it because I have 3 children that will be in school coming up this fall, a kindergartner, a first grader, and a second grader, and they are little. Please let them be little, and please let them see their friends. My kindergartner came home to me yesterday and said she finally made a friend. So I thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing how we'll no longer be using the CDC in our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Monica Haas and then Angie Gothert. If you would state your name and county of residence.
Hi, my name is Monica Haas, and I'm a resident of Knox County. I have 2 young children in Knox County school system. I'm curious, when your kids were little, did you ever ask them for their opinion? I decided to ask my kids what they thought about masks, since that's what we're discussing. My 6-year-old didn't really say anything. He just went. My 8-year-old said that masks are hot. I know you're thinking that we can't just leave this decision up to the kids, and I agree, because they're not mature enough yet, but they're living this. They understand what's going on. They have lived with this for a year. Adults have not been able to handle this past year. The kids know what's going on. Their opinions really should be heard. So why is it important to see the whole face? Not being able to see the whole face does impact learning. Some kindergartners are going to be speech delayed due to not being able to see their teacher's mouth this past year because they didn't get to learn how to correctly form words. Also know that it's important to speech therapists as well as special education classes. Students need to see the whole face to learn facial expressions as well as forming words. How much time will teachers have to spend on reteaching something next year that students should have already learned? How further delayed will special education students be delayed due to this past year? Superintendent Thomas, back in February, you stated, and I'll quote, "With the vaccination, I'm very optimistic that we can hopefully be back to some sense of normalcy in the fall. The vaccination is now available for 16 years old and up, and by August, each teacher and staff member that wants the vaccine will have the opportunity to get it. The decision to mask should be left up to parents or guardians. At this point in the pandemic, either the vaccine works or it doesn't." Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Angie Gothert and then Patty King.
You're supposed to let me know.
Yes, please state your name and county of residence.
Hi, I'm Angie Gerthert, Knox County. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate all of you for listening. I want to thank you for the time you spent in discussion. I really do. I know that it's hard, and I appreciate the time that you spent doing that. And it does mean a lot to us to know that you're invested, and we get that. So we're here to discuss the policies for next year and the recommendations of our superintendent. I believe that masks should be optional next year. As you're thinking of masks, I would like for you to consider how you personally are required to wear them. I would think most of you have the ability to go without one most of the time, or at least only to have to wear them in and out of the store. If you wear them a long time during the day, you understand what our children are going through, and I appreciate that. If you do wear a mask for prolonged periods of time, are you constantly yelled at to pull it up? Are you told you're wearing it improperly? Are you threatened with an office referral or write-up on your permanent record? If you do not wear a mask for hours uninterrupted a day, I encourage you to try it. Also, please wear one while you're doing any kind of physical activity for at least 30 minutes or up to 2 hours without a break. I believe only then will you understand what our children are going through every day. Mental health issues in our children have skyrocketed. A study last fall said that 1 in 5 children is seeking counseling. That number is now 4 in 10. Boston hospitals have changed their COVID rooms into beds for the number of children being admitted for mental health issues. I don't want that to happen here. Children as young as 8 years old are being admitted for attempting suicide. Teenagers are being diagnosed with eating disorders and requiring inpatient treatment. Substance abuse is on the rise, and so is inpatient treatment for that. All the while, we sweep it aside, saying it's only a year. A year to us is nothing. A year to our children is a lifetime. I've shared my many sources with all of you and studies and data on our children. Recently, I shared a compilation of articles and data on what is happening to our children concerning the prolonged masking. Mr. Watson responded to my email saying that my source was right-leaning. I was not aware the health and well-being of our children was political. It's not. It's not for me, and it shouldn't be for anybody. I was disappointed at the thought because the source had only compiled the data and studies. They had not done the data themselves. I do want to share some renowned public health doctors have said. They are admitted progressives and have begun speaking truth this entire time. They have also shared that their party has left them, talking about politics. Each of them has said they never believed that their party would leave children behind. But that's what's happened. Dr. Marty McCary of Johns Hopkins University shared that we should reach herd immunity by the end of April. He was vilified for saying that. His findings were based on the fact that any adult who wants a vaccine will be able to get one by mid-April. Dr. Vinay Prasad of UCSF has said that children do not need to be vaccinated for schools to return to normal. Children are not driving this virus, and we have known that for quite some time, and we should act accordingly. Lastly, Dr. Monica Gandhi, and if you haven't looked her up, you need to. She's fabulous. Also of UCSF, vaccines are the end of this. We're done. Combining natural immunity and vaccines is the way out. Once every adult who wants a vaccine gets one, There is no need for the things that have been imposed. Vaccinated teachers can safely be around children as they are the lowest risk. Masks are no longer necessary as vaccines provide the protection for those that are vulnerable. K through 12 students are among the lowest risk on the planet, yet they are paying the highest price. I wanted to know if the vaccines are the end, and Superintendent Thomas, you did state that vaccines were coming. Then I want to know what changed for you between that. I was very disheartened. As of today, we've vaccinated over 30% of the Knox County population, and according to data, 41,000 have already had it. We know that number is higher, which is probably 3 to 5 times. Herd immunity is close. Schools all over the country are not only removing masks and other restrictions for next year, but they're doing them right now around us. Some never had any. In Texas, there are over 70 districts that have made masks optional for the remainder of the year, and more join every week. In their announcements to remove masks, they acknowledge that children have suffered more than most during this time, and allowing them to see smiles is crucial to their mental health. Not one child from 0 to 7 has died of COVID, but we have lost several to suicide and overdose. I can only pray that they will forgive those that refuse to see them or hear them. Please allow parents to make all choices for their children. Thank you.
Sorry, Miss Babb.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Watson.
Thank you. Angie, you know that I have nothing but love for you. And you also know that my email did not say right-leaning. The quote was, as you know, the AIR has a pretty strong agenda, which is not atypical. That being said, you know as well as I do that there are 2 camps. I did not say right-leaning. Thank you.
I apologize for that.
Okay, Patty King. And then after Patty is Kay Stroud.
My name is Patty King, a Knox County resident. I spoke to you guys last month as a business owner of a music academy, okay? I'm here again to speak to you as that owner and also to tell you that I have students that are Knox County students, okay? These students have told my instructors over and over again that they can understand my husband and my other teacher because we do not require masks for our students, okay? We are not 6 feet apart from our students because we're in their home in a small room. What we do is teach them and they can understand us, okay? They also say it's nice to be able to breathe while they are being taught, okay? These kids have said over and over again, the masks are hot. They can't hear each other. They can't hear the teachers. They can't understand what the teachers are saying. These masks are hindering these students. They are not helping these students. These students constantly, and we've seen evidence of 2nd graders writing letters saying that the masks are hot and that they can't understand their teachers. We're hindering education, and we need to stop hindering the education. These students need to be able to read their teachers' lips, see their teachers' expressions, and learn from teachers without the mask on. Thank you.
Thank you. Kay Stroud and then Deborah Howard. And please state your name and county of residence.
Kay Stroud, Knox County. First, let me say, you had a pretty healthy discussion. I liked some of the things I heard. Took some wind out of my sails, darn it, but that's okay. First, let me start by saying that I actually don't have a dog in this fight. I don't have kids, and that is totally by design. That is my own personal choice. So I'm only coming here as an observer. I do have nieces and nephews, and I live in a very large neighborhood, and the children walk past my home, walking home from school a lot. And some of the things I have observed is a lack of joy and happiness that I used to see before that I don't see now. A parroting of attitudes of virtue signaling, screaming at siblings to stay away because so-and-so doesn't have their mask up. Or that kid doesn't have it on and I'm going home to tell mom. And this is all coming by my house. I live on a corner. Instead of teaching fear-mongering and bullying and self-destructive behavior, maybe we could try being adults that they can all look up to. Show them how to problem solve by learning nutritional skills and habits, keeping their immune system strong by playing outside in the sunshine and leaving the electronics in the home. Learn about vitamins and therapeutics to help reduce their fears. Did you know we have therapeutics that not only prevent COVID, but can cure it? Yes, I said it. They can cure it. Look up Virology Journal, the official publication of Dr. Fauci, National Institute of Health, published what is now a blockbuster article, August 22nd, 2005, under the heading, Chloroquine is a potent inhibitor of SARS coronavirus infection and spread. So somebody has some political leanings, and it's not me. It might be Dr. Fauci. So this is just my 2 cents. To the board, please put your egos aside. Do 5 minutes worth of your own research somewhere besides Facebook, Google, and the mainstream media, and listen to the people you serve, children and parents. Now here comes the other verbal beating. Parents, take action today and pull your children out of these schools until they start using common sense and stop the nonsense. This may require a lot of sacrifice on your parts, i.e., you may lose a job. You may have to co-op homeschooling and so on. But these are your children. This is your first priority. When a student body suddenly shrinks to almost nothing, you won't need a board of education. They will be obsolete. We can always push for more vouchers. Again, I don't have kids. This is just what I'm seeing. We all, including myself, we all need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah Howard, and then Sherry Garrett. If you will state your name and county of residence, and you'll have 5 minutes.
Okay, Deborah Howard, Knox County. I do want to tell you that I appreciate your thoughtful discussion tonight. It was reassuring to me that we can all discuss something that's this hotly debated and get along while we do it. Our children need their voices to be heard, and I know we're doing a lot of that tonight. I have 2 teenagers in Knox County schools. They've been in Knox County schools their entire educational life. I have one that's going to graduate. This year, she chose not to do band, which she loved to do, so she missed out on that. Fortunately, it doesn't look like they're going to miss out on things like prom and all of that, which I know the kids missed out on last year. My son missed a soccer season last year. He was depressed last year when, so I was excited when school went back, and I thought, well, hey, it's okay. They're going to go to school. We won't be in masks forever. I'm also a PA in Knox County, and I am seeing an ever increasing number of teens and tweens that need referral for counseling, and even needing medication for depression and anxiety. And that really breaks my heart because some of them are very young. I can only imagine what that's doing to some of the babies out there, the really young ones, the kindergartners, the 2nd graders, the 3rd graders. I fear that we don't know the implications that all of this is going to have on them in the future and how they develop and how they form relationships. Normal is normal, and wearing masks all the time is just not normal. I know it's hard to stand up against a policy that's already in place, even if it was from an emergency situation. There's a lot of misinformation out there. I do hope everybody is doing their own research. The thing is, there's an easy way out of this. There's a very simple solution, and that is just make it optional. If a parent is fearful and they are afraid for their kid, they think their kid needs to wear a mask, go ahead and wear a mask. It works for both the wearer and those around them. The whole idea that 2 people have to wear a mask for it to be effective just is beyond me. The vaccine is or should be available for all the teachers who choose to take it. And like we heard tonight, even the kids, which, personally, that wouldn't be a choice I would make, but, that is an option. This really should be a non-issue. I wouldn't be asking for students and teachers to be forced to not wear a mask. And students and teachers should not be forced to wear a mask, which is exactly what's happened this last year. So, others have been imposing their will on some. Please stand up for our children, the ones that you've been elected to serve. And Mr. Superintendent, be the leader that we know you are. Please let people look back and say, that's how you lead. He said back in February, we saw kind of an end to this, and then let it end. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry Garrett. And after Sherry is Lisa Taylor. If you would state your name and county of residence, and you have 5 minutes to speak.
My name is Sherry Garrett. I live in Knox County. First off, I want to thank each and every one of you. This is the first real conversation I have heard in many, many months between coming here and going to county commission. This is the first real conversation. I was very, very, very encouraged by that. But I'll start out with, last month, I brought to you some statistics from the German study that showed how masking children are harming children. I'm going to repeat that study because some of you apparently didn't get the message. At the University of Witten-Herdecke, an online registry had been set up where parents, doctors, pedagogues, and others can enter their observations. On October 20th, 2020, 363 doctors were asked to make entries and to make parents and teachers aware of the registry. By October 26th, only 6 days, the registry had been used by 20,353 people. In this publication, we report the results from the parents who entered data on a total of 25,930 children. The average wearing time of the mask was 270 minutes per day. That's a long time. Impairments caused by wearing the mask were reported by 68% of the parents. These included 60% irritability, 53% headaches, 50% difficulty concentrating, 49% less happiness, 44% reluctance to go to school, kindergarten, 42% malaise, 38% impaired learning, and 37% drowsiness or fatigue. Studies have shown that children are not significant spreaders of COVID, nor are they adversely affected by this virus. Yet the mitigation efforts have been beyond anything I've seen in 30 years of nursing. Mr. Thomas, you spoke in February about how you saw the light at the end of the tunnel and how this fall you could see us getting back to some normalcy. Well, we need to get these kids back to complete normalcy. We are taking their childhood away from them, and it's uncalled for and abusive. To this school board, you've been voted in to represent the parents and these kids, not the teachers. While I have immense respect for most of them and the jobs that they do, they have other representatives that can speak for them. Currently, we have successfully prevented a voucher system from homeschooling in the state of Tennessee. But if you continue along this course, you will guarantee an army of advocates demanding a voucher system in the state legislature. These kids have no one to speak for them but their parents and grandparents. That's why we're asking you to speak for them. Because apparently, they don't have you speaking for them, at least some of you. Children have been feeling the effects of this viral reaction for the past year. As you're well aware, mental health exacerbations in our children are on the rise. Whereas before COVID, 1 in 5 needed mental health professionals, now it's 4 in 10. Teen suicides, suicidal ideations are skyrocketing. We've already lost several in Knox County students to this. You have lost none to COVID. Ms. Owen said in a previous meeting that if we could just prevent one death, isn't it worth it? Well, how many suicides or attempted suicides will be on your hands while you're trying to prevent COVID deaths? If we could just prevent one, wouldn't it be worth it? Parents who are listening, if this school board refuses to stand up for your children, pull them out and homeschool. Contact me at knox@tennesseestands.org. Even if you work full-time, it can be done. We will help you. For this school board, if you're trying to move Knox County schools forward, then you have to consider what the future looks like, because that future is dictated by the consequences of the decisions you make today. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa Taylor, and then Deborah Stafford. You'll please state your name and county of residence, and you have 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Taylor, and I live in Knox County. Much of what I was going to say, as some of the others have already said, has been discussed, and so I appreciate that discussion. But I do want to add a few other things that we have not discussed. I'm the proud parent of 2 Halls High School fine arts students. My daughter Samantha came before you in November of 2020, and my son Logan just last month. I am here tonight requesting that you allow all KCS students the choice to be masked or unmasked for the coming school year. And just as important, regardless of which choice they make, all students be granted equal opportunities to participate in school-related functions with no exclusions or segregation. In this very building tonight, there are masked persons seated in one area and unmasked persons in another. We do not want this happening to our students in school. Superintendent Thomas, I do not envy your position. That being said, and with all due respect, your statement to the board, and I quote, "My recommendation is that you consider approving the continuation of the existing board-approved guidelines," is baffling. I would have asked more questions about that this evening, but I think you've addressed some of that. But I still wonder about motivation. If it is true that you are relying primarily on CDC information to drive the decision-making, what is the point of the KCS COVID dashboard? Is it irrelevant that the dashboard data, as of 4 p.m. today, reports that there are only 26 active student and 10 active staff cases for a grand total of 36 in the entire county? Is the Knox County Health Department data now irrelevant as well? The data from KCHD reports that over the last 12 months, there have been only 28 COVID-related hospitalizations, and I will note, Dr. Childs that spoke earlier said there were some more than that, which isn't reflected in that data, I suppose, and that there were 0 deaths in the 0 to 17 age bracket. Is it not worth noting that school staff and parents and grandparents and anyone else who wants the shot, including students at least 16 and up, can have it before school begins if they have not already done so? It has even been reported more than once that more Knox County residents have been vaccinated than have tested positive for the virus. Students, families, teachers, and staff in Knox County have complied with masking and restrictions for nearly the entire school year, and there are still no metrics to indicate when this will end. Is it when there are less than 20 cases in students with red hair and freckles who bring their lunch to school? Or when there are less than 5 cases in teachers who drive blue Toyotas and wear black shoes? What is the end point? Because I cannot tell my own son, who spoke to you last month, when or if masking will end. He is considering leaving his school to finish his final 2 years in an environment where he can do what he loves to do, sing freely without a mask. There are KCS high school choir and band directors who expect drops in program numbers for the coming year. The feedback from incoming freshman families and older students is that they are opting out because of the mask requirements for singing and requirements for altering their band instruments. Has anyone actually spoken to these teachers? My concern is that you do not recognize that there are thousands of them in the system who want to speak out against masking and restrictions, but they feel they cannot do so for fear of retaliation by the teachers union or by KCS, namely their jobs threatened. I cannot even begin to express how much this upsets me. The voices of these teachers who've been in the trenches with our children day in and day out are being suppressed when we need to hear from them the most. Here is what I cannot help but wonder. Is this a time of weeding out the district by dismantling the system as it used to be? What do I mean by this? Well, by allowing fine arts programs to wither and die, there will be no longer be a need to support them. By creating mandates and guidelines for in-person learning that will force families and students to choose either a virtual learning option through KCS or perhaps now, as you said, through the state, or other educational opportunities outside of public schools altogether. All that to say fewer students to serve in person, and fewer students to serve in the traditional system means fewer expenses, less overcrowding, all those kinds of things. I'm beginning to wonder if this may even be God's plan, that we need to start from scratch. In Chapter 1 of the Tennessee School Board Candidate Guide, it states the following: a school board's primary duty is to provide the opportunity for the best and most appropriate education for the children entrusted in its care. Please focus on education and not masking. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Stafford and Teresa Nicely after that. If you will just state your name and county of residence, then you'll have 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm Deborah Stafford, and I'm in Knox County, Tennessee. I am a family nurse practitioner, and I have a practice in Powell that sees several thousand students in the area. My mind is kind of swirling right now after listening to your very wonderful conversation, and I thank all of you, even those of you that I might disagree with. I think you had a very meaningful dialogue. I have 3 children who are all now grown. 2 of the 3 are graduates of Knox County Schools. My youngest one was the class of 2020 and denied her graduation because of the COVID reaction. I say reaction because I feel like it was a travesty that my daughter was denied her graduation because we did not have the opportunity to choose her family to attend her graduation, with only being given 4 tickets and the ridiculous standards that we were given at Powell High School Stadium for our very large extended family. So I prepared some things, but again, my head's kind of swirling. So among some of the things that you said, Dr. Buchanan mentioned the 42,000 cases that we know we have had out of our county of 470,000. She also mentioned that we have had multiple cases. Some people have had COVID more than once. I know this to be true because I know some of the people at Knox County Health Department, and they have told me this. What no one seems to be able to tell us, including Dr. Buchanan earlier tonight, is how many of those has that happened to? Have 5 people had COVID more than once? 10 people? 20? You know, being scientifically minded, if we don't have a number or a figure, it's just innuendo. It's not science. We all know flu. Some of us get flu every year. Some of us never get the flu. So it stands to reason that it is possible, but without that data, we cannot make a logical decision. Teachers. I think our teachers are among some of the most wonderful in Knox County. If I had my way and the money, I would give everyone 100% raise. They do not make their value in this county. I also know, as a former Humira nurse educator in this county, Humira is the medication given to people with autoimmune conditions such as Crohn's disease, that we had far more teachers in our county that have autoimmune conditions than I realized. Autoimmune conditions can be very deadly when you are taking immune suppressing agents. I certainly understand why some teachers would be very concerned about being exposed to COVID, and I do not want to dismiss those concerns. I also understand, as a nurse practitioner and someone that has my own health disparities, sometimes we have to make the unfortunate decision that we cannot continue in a profession that puts our own bodies at risk. I don't say that flippantly. I don't say that to belittle the very wonderful job that these teachers do. But unfortunately, if we're having to make a choice to create so much of a healthcare disparity for teachers who prior to a year ago were exposed to thousands of potentially deadly pathogens, who now think they're going to die over the addition of one pathogen, we need to have this conversation and this dialogue. In this county, the poor single families are the greatest disparity from what's happened. They don't always have the choice to homeschool. They are depending on you all to send their children to school. We have heard and heard and heard about the mental health catastrophe that's happening to our students. The thing is, if we end masks tomorrow, which I wholeheartedly support, because masks are doing nothing to prevent COVID, but they're doing a whole lot to cause brother against brother and neighbor against neighbor and school board member against school board member. We are not undoing what we have done to our children. And I would encourage all of you to start thinking about how you're going to undo what you all have done to the school system. And I don't mean you all singularly. We've all collectively participated. But these children, I don't know how much you all know about epigenetics, and I know I have less than a minute, but we all have genes in our body that when we undergo stress, we can undergo epigenetic changes that put us in a chronic state of stress. Childhood trauma, it can last us a lifetime. And we are creating lifetime stress and trauma in some of these children that have no choice except the choice that you all make. And we can say, let's make masks a choice, and that's wonderful. And I wholeheartedly support masking a choice. But what are you going to do in the fall when you have your mask versus your non-mask gangs out on the playground? And we're not going to play with her because her mommy doesn't make her mask, and we can't play with them because they mask. Finally, it's Autism Awareness Month. 1 in 30 children now have autism. I have a 21-year-old with autism. I cannot find people to assess and diagnose children with autism. It is ridiculous to expect children at risk for autism to get a phone call diagnosis or a phone call speech pathology assessment. Thank you very much.
Teresa Nicely and then Elizabeth Wagner.
Hello, my name is Teresa Nicely, and I'm a Knox County resident, and I'm not a public speaker. But thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm a mother of 2 children. I'm a Christian. I have been a healthcare worker for 23 years, with almost 11 of those being in a hospital setting. I'm here not for myself, but for the children. I would like to ask you to get rid of the masks and the contact tracing in the schools. It is my understanding that 24,000 children in Knox County have been quarantined during the school year due to contact tracing. Of those, only 2,500 tested positive for the virus. Many of those quarantined had to do so 3 to 4 times and never got sick, but yet missed out on in-school learning for 6 to 8 weeks. The numbers simply do not support continuing this contact tracing with our kids. Many of these kids quarantined due to contact tracing have learning disabilities or need extra help with classes that their parents are unable to give, and they can't get the help they need virtually. Parents and family members tell me they are concerned about their kids getting behind because of this. They also tell me it's been hard when they work full time and aren't able to stay home with their children who are not sick but get forced to stay home. I hear you guys only want to hear what the CDC or health department have to say. There are lots of studies now that say asymptomatic people are not spreading this virus. Also on March 5th, the CDC published a report admitting that face masks do not provide protection against the COVID-19 virus and potentially worsen infection risks. It goes on to say, and I quote, authored by more than a dozen medical doctors, PhD researchers, and attorneys, that research found that wearing a mask or not wearing a mask produces roughly the same outcome in terms of the number of cases and deaths to blame on this COVID-19 virus. What has bothered me the most about all of this is the fact that no one seems to want to look at any real studies that prove vitamin D, zinc, and vitamin C are key to not having severe symptoms with the virus. Why is no one wanting to work on educating others about getting healthy and making sure you have enough of these vitamins in your system to keep your immune system well enough to fight the virus? If you have a strong immune system, then you are more likely to have mild symptoms if you catch the virus. The worst thing these so-called health experts did was encourage everyone to stay in their houses and not get out for some natural vitamin D and fresh air. Masks are not meant to be worn all day long for hours at a time. Surgeons, who up until last year were the only ones I knew of who would wear them for several hours, only did so to prevent bacterial spreading into the surgical sites. Surgeons change them frequently and are taught how to properly take the masks on and off. Of all the years of being in healthcare, I never put a mask on unless in direct contact with someone who had the flu or TB. When that happened, I wore an N95 mask, and I only wore them for short periods of time since they are very difficult to breathe in when they fit properly. In order for an N95 mask to work properly, it has to be fit tested to your face. A specially trained person teaches you how to properly put on the mask and take it off. Then that person places a hood over your head and sprays something inside, such as saccharin. I was fit tested 2 weeks ago. It took 4 different N95 masks before I did not taste the saccharin, which means none of those N95 masks fit me properly. You can visually see saccharin. You cannot visually see COVID-19 particles, which are 0.125 microns in size. If that saccharin was able to get through 4 different N95 masks on me, how do you expect these cloth masks or even surgical masks to block that virus that we can't see? These masks everyone loves so much is just a visual, but long-term damage and effects are yet to be seen. Kids are complaining of increased headaches, increased drowsiness, and there is a real concern of even increased teeth and gum decay from wearing these masks all day long. We already know of the psychological problems because of the increased suicide rates and drug use. I feel this is borderline child abuse. Are you willing to take responsibility for the effects of this mask wearing on our children? Are you willing to cover the medical costs? You guys are here for our children. I pray that you help free our children from all these masks and the contact tracing. One thing I know from all of my medical training is that viruses do what they will do. If you look at graphs of all countries, cities, counties, and school systems that require masks and compare them to those that did not require masks, you will find the exact same bell curve. Numbers are almost identical because you cannot control a virus. Please do the right thing by our kids. I'm a very proud American, but I'm so tired of seeing our freedoms being stripped away. I'm sad our kids are caught in the middle. Please free them. Thank you.
Elizabeth Wagner and then Addison Wagner. And please state your name and county of residence.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Elizabeth Wagner, and I live in Knox County. I have 4 children in Knox County Schools. We are strong proponents of our schools and have had many amazing teachers in the 5 years that we have been there. Thank you so much for the conversation that you started tonight. It's not over. At this point, the entire board, as well as the superintendent, have seen many emails with statistics and numbers and statements from medical doctors about the detrimental use of masks. Last time I spoke about risk. This time, I'm going to be using some of your own statements. In Superintendent Thomas's application for superintendent dated January 13th, 2017, he stated, and I quote, "I believe that leadership is participatory, collaborative, and situational. Throughout my career, I have shown that I'm a good listener who is willing to consider and have compassion for others with differing views. I appreciate that. And I hope tonight that you really do listen to others' viewpoints. I hope you understand the discrimination that masks impose upon our students. You also state, I believe that if we are further to improve upon our successes, every school must have well-defined achievement goals that are adhered to and continuously measured. I'd like to contrast that statement with these facts. In no way, shape, or form has there ever been goals with these mask requirements. There's no statement citing when we have this many people vaccinated or when we have a certain number of cases, and until tonight, it wasn't even a conversation that we were having. These mandates and requirements of using a medical device on our students are merely put into place with no end in sight. On the Knox County Schools COVID dashboard as of yesterday, we sit at green in every category except for custodial support and substitute availability, which I am informed were issues pre-pandemic. Not to mention that at the February 10th board meeting, you stated, I see the light at the end of the tunnel with this thing. With the vaccination, I'm very optimistic that we can hopefully be back to some sense of normalcy. What has changed between then and now, other than a slew of teachers being vaccinated? I don't get it. Out of the 60,854 students enrolled in Knox County Schools, we have a mere 23 active cases as of yesterday. To put that into perspective, that is 0.037% of students, and out of the over 7,900 staff, which I may be skewed on, members of the Knox County Schools staff members, there are currently 8 active cases, which in those numbers translates to 0.1% of the staff. The numbers that you used to demand the masks aren't there anymore. I don't think there was ever a reason to require them, but certainly not currently, and especially not for next year. The vaccine is currently available to every person over 16 that would like to receive it. For those staff and students that desire the vaccine, there's nothing standing in the way. I entrust my children to Knox County Schools for one simple reason: to educate them, not to treat them for medical issues, not to help them grow healthy and strong, not to feed them or clothe them or even make sure they're well-rounded individuals. Those things are my job. I simply send them for education. I send them to be taught algebra and reading comprehension. I send them to learn how to write papers and to analyze data. This is Knox County Schools' purpose. If I wanted a medical opinion or intervention, I would not call this board. If my child was sick, I would not seek out advice from any school board member, no matter how well-meaning each of you may be, and I actually like a lot of you. I would go to my doctor, and I would discuss the issue as well as treatment. A face mask, according to the FDA, is considered a medical device. As such, I don't believe it is this board's concern or even right to require our children to wear a medical device. I'm going to read the mission statement for this board. The Knox County Board of Education's mission is to provide excellent and accessible learning opportunities that empower all students to realize their full potential. It's your mission to provide excellent and accessible learning opportunities. I don't believe that Knox County has provided that this year. My children are receiving subpar education, and I believe it is directly related to the masks. There's a greater emphasis placed on wearing masks than in turning in papers. There's a greater emphasis on keeping your mask on in the classroom than keeping hydrated during class. It seems to me like we're skewing the purpose. Your mission is to empower all students to realize their full potential. Once again, I feel Knox County has fallen short. Just speaking about one of my children, my 4 children, who will be speaking to you tonight about her experience, she has not been empowered to reach her potential. She is a wonderful student who works hard and has never been in trouble since coming to Knox County Schools. She is interested in getting an education, yet she is handicapped by the constant attention that is put on masks. She is handicapped by not being able to sing in the chorus class she signed up for, despite many measures taken to make the classroom, quote, safe. She is handicapped by the requirement to wear a face mask for over 8 hours a day, a requirement that is not equal to her teachers, her principal, or any of Knox County school staff. She is being failed by this school system. Please, I implore you, I beg you, please stop discriminating against my children and make the masking optional. I'd also like to add, why are we being discriminated against tonight? Why are we separated from the meeting and not given fair and equal access? Why can't we have the exact same live feed as everybody else in that room?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is my daughter, Addison, and I'm going to stand here with her. Thank you so much.
If you will just state your name and county of residence, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak.
Hi, I'm Addison Wagner, and I'm from Knox County. I'm in 7th grade and in all honors classes. Up until January, I've loved my school and had no problems with the students, teachers, or staff. I felt respected and cared for. I felt safe at school. That day, I had gone to school and treated it like any other day. I had my Chromebook, my backpack, and my mask all ready to go. Every day since we had returned from winter break, I had worn a mesh mask. Instead of struggling to breathe, I was able to breathe during my classes. At this point, I had worn a mesh mask to school for 2 weeks and had no one say anything to me. In first period, my teacher told me to change my mask because it was mesh. I told her that I had been struggling to breathe in the other 2-layer masks. She then told me to change my mask and offered me a disposable one. I want the school board to understand that I was not told that this was against the school policy and that each teacher would have different ways of dealing with the situation. Since it was getting hard to breathe after first period, I decided to put the mesh mask back on. As I was sitting in second period, the vice principal called my name and told me to come with him. At that point, I was worried that I might be quarantined or there was some minor thing about one of my honors classes, but I had no idea what lay ahead. He took me away and walked with me in the hallway. He told me that my mask was not acceptable in this building. I dared to ask him why before I thought of the consequences of that question. He then started yelling at me in the hallway for something as simple as a mask. He then took me to his office and told me to sit down in a chair as he walked away. At that point, I was crying because the assistant principal had yelled in my face. I was shocked to see a lady was handing me a tissue and telling me that I could take off my mask. She told me that I could take off the very thing that had gotten me yelled at, and I gladly did. The nurse then came out and told me to come to her office. When we sat, she continued to reprimand me for wearing the mesh mask, and I politely asked why. Then she went on her computer and pulled up a random site that said mask guidelines are to wear a 2-layered mask. I have since read the Knox County Schools guidelines, and it says, quote, mask or face covering, and also, quote, must cover the mouth and nose. There are no other requirements. Instead of sending me back to class, she put me in a room by myself. I had no idea what was going to happen, which terrified me. She kept me in that room for almost 2 hours. In that time, she came in and had me put my mask in a Ziploc bag. Then she took it out of the room and came back with it 5 minutes later. I have no idea what she did with it. Later, the nurse had me call my mom, and she came in and picked me up. My everyday is filled with fear, anxiety, and vulnerability. My new normal is stress and fear because every time that I see the assistant principal or nurse, I am reminded that I can be returned to that very room at any time, back into that pit of uncertainty. Putting on a mask at school means that I have to live in that pit, day in and day out. Would you want to live in that pit? A pit of uncertainty, fear, anxiety, and vulnerability. Putting on a mask means that I have no choice in how I perceive the world around me. Putting on a mask means I have no choice in determining what is right for me. The students are required to wear their mask for 8+ hours a day. Are the principals wearing their masks the entire time that they're in the building? Are the teachers? Or are they allowed to remove their masks during various parts of the day? I am not advocating for the teachers to be forced to wear a mask 8 hours a day, as I know how hard that is. What I am saying is, if you don't think that it is necessary for staff to wear them all day long, why do you think it's okay for students to? Why are you holding the students to a higher standard than the staff? Why are you discriminating against the students? There has been more emphasis on the correction of masks than educating children. Why was there such an extreme reaction to my mask? Why was I forced to endure 2 hours of terror? Why was my mask more important than my education? I want the choice to wear a mask or not, to live in that pit or not. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Edna Gibson, and then Andy Fox.
My name is Edna Gibson, and I'm a resident of Knox County. I am asking that you consider to continue requiring masks until a vaccine is available for all Knox County residents. I am a parent of 3 Knox County students. And this past year, I chose to not work and stay home so that they could be virtual, which had its own challenges. And I watched how the schools handled the safety of the students, and slowly over time made the decision that it was safe for my children to return this coming school year. And then I heard that masks might be taken away, and that is very problematic. One answer has been, well, that I just continue to keep them home. As you can imagine, that's put a financial strain on our family, but we keep talking about mental health and all the issues with children and mental health. Nobody's actually linking any of those studies to mask wearing. Obviously, there's some mental health issues, but the only expert that talked about it said that they were directly linked to isolation. So if we're going to talk about mental health, let's talk about those virtual kids who've been waiting on it to be safe enough to return. And now, even if I wanted to continue keeping them home, we're being told that virtual isn't going to be an option for the majority of those families. So I'm not asking that it be continued forever. People keep saying, when is the end? When I have a choice. I don't like asking other people to help me protect my children, especially strangers. That's a very odd thing to do. If I could do it by myself, by having them vaccinated, I would. Several people have pointed out that masks are not completely effective. No, of course they're not. That's why it's so critical that all of us wear them, not just my child. Masks are actually more effective at keeping the virus inside the mask than they are keeping it out. So when an infected person isn't wearing a mask and spreads those droplets, they shrink and evaporate, and they're easier to get into my child's mask and infect them. So it's so important for their health and safety that they're not the only ones wearing it, that everyone around them is wearing it. We keep talking about the vaccine. I'm happily going to get them all vaccinated as soon as I'm able, but I'm not. And since vaccines are optional, I have no way of knowing if their teacher is, if their surrounding students' parents are. I have no idea what those daily habits are. And so again, people keep suggesting I stay home, or keep them home. Perhaps that's, I would like to point out, that's a great place for people who don't want to wear a mask. You don't have to wear a mask at home. So perhaps if you want your child to go maskless, you could take a turn. I've skipped a lot of the points because so many people touched on them during the meeting. Again, I really don't like asking for help protecting my child. If I thought it was enough for them to wear the mask, I wouldn't be here. I'm asking for everyone else's help in making sure that there's not a disparity in education for my children so that they're able to come to a safe school and get the same education that other students are. So I'm skipping over a lot of those points, but I just want to urge our entire community. I've heard a lot of very rude comments from parents, and I just want to remind everybody, I'm not just thinking about my own children, I'm thinking about all the children, and I'm asking, obviously the board does that every day. I'm asking that other parents do that as well as we have this conversation. It cannot just be about your children, it has to be about what's best collectively. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Andy Fox, and then Sarah Wilson after Andy Fox.
Good evening.
If
My
you'll
comments
sta-
are
Excuse
directed
me.
to.
If you'll state your name and county of residence, sorry
Sure.
about that.
Yeah, all right. Now, my name is Andy Fox, and I'm a resident of Knox County. And as I was getting ready to say, my comments are directed as much to my friend and fellow law school alum, Gary Dupler, as they are to the people on the board. But I did, in preparation for my comments today, I looked up the infection fatality rate of children, because those are the primary occupants of the buildings in Knox County, Tennessee. And I checked the CDC website. It says that for children 0 to 17 years old, the infection fatality rate is 20 deaths per 1 million. And that equals 0.002%. Of course, that's far less than the infection fatality rate of the flu, which is generally pegged at around 0.1%. So this virus poses very, very little risk to children. And as we know also that children are not a vector of spread of this, because asymptomatic people who don't, who are not highly affected by the virus, don't pass it on. In fact, it was Dr. Fauci himself who said in early 2020 that asymptomatic spread has never been a driver of pandemics. It's people with symptoms, but children don't have, very few children have symptoms. And if they do, you can recognize them. The whole purpose of masks was to prevent asymptomatic spread, and we now know that doesn't exist. And for that reason, I don't believe that a governmental regulation can continue to be considered as narrowly tailored and pass the threshold of strict scrutiny. And that could be a concern of yours if there is a Section 1983 lawsuit filed against the Knox County school system. And that may be something that's happening soon. And if it happens by virtue of me filing it, it's certainly not been, will not have been my first go around with the Knox County school system. You may recall, if you've been on the board long enough, that I recruited Freedom X to come into town in 2014 when Superintendent McIntyre committed viewpoint discrimination. And I read about it in the newspaper, and I called my friend Bill Becker and had him come into town, and we filed a lawsuit, and the Knox County school system had to admit that it did something wrong. But, that's not the way to govern. It's my position that government officials ought to draw back voluntarily from government regulations that may cross the line. I've heard that, I've heard some people say, well, until a court tells me I can't do it, then it's okay. Well, that's not how government officials should conduct themselves, because then sometimes you get sued and it's embarrassing and it costs the county money. So, my hope is that no one on this school board would continue to engage in a regulation that might result in crossing the line. And I did want to point something along those lines. I wanted to point out something else. This has not been discussed much when it comes to the mask mandates that have been all over the country. But, the FDA made an emergency use authorization for the use of masks as source control and a medical device to be used. Cloth masks, for instance, were not approved as medical devices, as non-pharmaceutical interventions. They were, but the FDA made this emergency use authorization that the CDC then relied upon in recommending the use of masks. And then, of course, the school board relied upon the CDC to implement a mandate forcing children to wear a mask. Well, if you look at the U.S. code, at the law, the statute that discusses emergency use authorization in 21 U.S.C. section 360 BBB-3, it says that anytime a medical device is given emergency use authorization, the person upon whom it may be administered is supposed to be given the option to accept or refuse administration of the product. In other words, it can't be forced. Now, I'm still researching that, and I'll just be candid with you. I'm not certain to the extent to which this could lead to culpability, but at least you know that it's out there. And I would encourage you to discuss this matter with your counsel. Thank you very much.
Sarah Wilson.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah Wilson. I'm a resident of Knox County. First, I just want to thank every one of you for the conversation that you had earlier. It really was the first time that I've felt a little optimistic that you guys are hearing us, that you care, that what our opinions are. So I just want to thank you for the meaningful dialogue that took place earlier. So I'm coming to you to voice concerns over masking and contact tracing. And I wanted to share with you an experience that my child had last week. Just last week, my daughter came home from school and was distraught. She began to tell me how she had been bullied by another student at her school over the type of mask that she was wearing. It was not a mesh mask. Over the type of mask that she was wearing, it met every one of KCS's guidelines. She was bullied over this mask. Her mask 100% complied with the guidelines, but that was not good enough for this kid. He bullied and berated her, and he even convinced other students to join in with him. There were kids who disagreed with him, but of course, in true peer pressure style, they did not speak up. She sat at her high school being humiliated and taunted for not wearing what this student thought was good enough. We are teaching our kids to feel entitled, to think that they are better and more virtuous than other people, and they are bold about screaming it out. What are we doing to this generation? And this isn't in what I had written up, but just as we were sitting out in this room over here, masked and everything, someone that is not in this room right here called someone out there or texted someone out there to have the police come and separate me and my friends. They wanted to control how closely we were sitting together, me and my friends that I walked in this building with. So that tells you a little bit about how this has gotten into our psyche and what it's doing to our generation. Governor Lee said in a very publicized campaign, until there's a vaccine, we wear masks. I didn't personally agree with that statement, but at least there was a goalpost. And Superintendent Thomas said in February that the vaccine is here. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. We're hoping for more of a normal year in the fall. So fast forward, and the vaccine's here. There was a goal and a glimmer of light at the end of this long, dark tunnel of restrictions that you have thrust us down. So why is it being recommended? Why is it even being considering that nothing changed for next year? If these recommendations stand, then there is no end game. So if this is the case, our children are sentenced to a lifetime of faceless solitude with no hope that anything will ever be normal again due to your oppression. We think we have mental problems now. I shiver to think of the mental state of our children and families after another year of this senseless COVID prison. So last week I called and asked a few of you, what is the research, that time goes so fast, what is the research that the board is using to prove that masks are safe for our children? And the ones of you that I spoke to said there is no research to show that masks are safe for our children. There's no research on that. So let me put it to you in another way. There is no research to prove that long-term masking isn't slowly killing our children. And I know that's a strong statement, but it's true. 50 to 60 years ago, We were told by all the experts that smoking is safe. Science proves it causes no harm. I had a bunch of ads to show you guys, but I'm just going to show you one. This is from 50, 60 years ago. It says, now scientific evidence on the effects of smoking. After 10 months, the medical specialist reports that he's observed no adverse effects on the nose, throat, and sinuses. 16 years ago, my grandmother died of lung cancer. She stopped smoking years before the cancer, but the long-term damage was already done. Smoking one cigarette didn't kill her, just as wearing a mask once won't do any harm. What killed her was long-term use of a substance that she was told by the experts was safe. It was slowly killing her, and she didn't even know. It took years of research to discover that smoking kills. And Mr. Watson spoke earlier about smoking. The difference is smoking is a choice, breathing is not. What will we find? Let me ask you, what will we find in 5, 10, or 15 years about long-term mask usage in our children? The most precious gifts that we have. We don't know the answer to that right now, but the fact that you are willing to use them as lab rats is quite frankly a humanitarian issue. And I know that's not your intent, but honestly, intent does not matter here. That's what's happening. They are being experimented on. Masking our children comes with risks, and where there is risk, there must be choice. Make masks optional for next year. Thank you for your time.
Naomi Elliott, and after that, Isabella Elliott.
Hello, Naomi Elliott, Knox County. So we still haven't got a religious exemption, Mr. Dupler. I left a message last week. Everyone keeps, passing the buck, as they say. I've talked to the vice principal, I've talked to the principal, her father's talked to the principal. Oh, they were willing to give concessions for medical issues. Oh, if you need a mask break, you can go take a mask break, but then you have to get up away from your learning tools, such as your desk, where you need to, to have that to be able to write and utilize that desk for educational purpose. And you have to go stand by the door all by yourself when you want a mask break. She doesn't want a mask break, although that's helpful. We appreciate that concession, but that is not what we asked for. We told them it is against our religion. You see, in the Bible, it says to obey the laws of the land. And here you're making regulations that are, in effect, laws for Knox County schools that are having negative effects on us and many other people. And the thing is, with the law of the land in the United States, our ancestors came here and they shed their blood, sweat, and tears to fight for our freedom, to fight for our rights. They were trying to escape the tyranny and oppression from other places. Thus, we have freedom in America, or we are supposed to have freedom in the land of the free. Or because you're advising this board that they're within their legal right, I should say the land of the not so free. Anything that contradicts the Constitution of the United States is in effect null and void. It is an invalid law or regulation because your rights shall not be abridged for anything. Now, if I'm infringing on your rights, then by all means, sure, if I go out sick with coronavirus and can infect other people, then I'm a direct threat. I may need to stay home that day and alter my activities. If you're not a direct threat, there is no reason to have a child alter their day, alter their educational experience, because unless they're a direct threat, then there's no reason. You're just not giving reasonable accommodations. The reasonable accommodations they recommended was a virtual school. I think not. That was not reasonable when she needs social interactions. All of this is unreasonable. Do you know the long-term damage this is going to do to this generation? Have you studied in depth on that? You're just going by some flawed recommendations from another bureaucratic department in our government. It's sickening, really. The amygdala in our brain, which is responsible for the fight or flight reaction, that's when people have a traumatic experience, whether it's a car accident or early childhood abuse, any type of traumatic event, that predisposes them to post-traumatic stress disorder, and it makes them sensitive to, they're triggered very easily. You can look, there's all kinds of information to back this up from MIT and the NIH and other reputable sources. So what's going to happen? Ms. Satterfield, your district has these children that are getting shot and killed. What's going to happen in 10 or 20 years when these children can't control their emotions because of this long-term damage that's being done to them from these policies? You give me a look like rolling your eyes or something. These are serious matters. Are you gonna pay the medical bills for the damages done to children? Or if someone murders someone because they can't control their emotions because they have amygdala damage, are you gonna be responsible for that and pay for that family's loss? Are you gonna pay the medical bills? This is unreasonable. What about Martin Luther King? I mean, you're laughing. This is not a laughing matter.
Ma'am, can we not direct comments? Speak to the whole board, please.
Sure. Well, this is not a laughing matter. It's not. Martin Luther King, as well as many other people, have fought for our freedoms and our rights and fought for equality. And the policies that are currently in place are violating people's rights. They're propagating an atmosphere of inequality. Is that what we want for Knox County schools? An atmosphere that discrimination is acceptable because a law director said so? He said you're within your legal rights. What about the color of law? You can be imprisoned and fined under the color of law.
If Isabella Elliott would like to speak now, and just say your name and county of residence.
I'm Isabella and I live in Knoxville. So I go to this school, Rita, and few people actually been getting a B in overall behavior because they have their mask on wrong or they try to hide from wearing it because they are scared to ask for mask breaks like I was before. And for me, I drink my water bottle and I get mask breaks just because I can hardly breathe sometimes. And like after recess, it's really hot outside. I need to breathe. And when we are at lunch, we are like 1 seat away and it's like we get to have our mask off. But when we just walk to the trash can to throw away our food, we are just technically right next to the trash can and we still have to put our mask on to wear it and go to the trash can. And I also gotta say that hold on. Okay.
Just remember what you told me.
About hand washing, at the beginning of the year, they told us to wash our hands always, even if you don't have to use the bathroom, but some people just skip it, and then the teacher doesn't say anything about it, and they don't get in trouble or nothing, and Can I yield my time?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Can I yield my time?
Can you? Oh, yes, you don't have to speak the whole time, honey. Oh, no. No, your mom has had her 5 minutes.
Thank you for hearing me speak.
Well, thank you for coming to
Yeah.
speak.
Thank you for sharing, sweetie. You did a good job.
Kelly Wakefield and then Kristen Eastman after that.
Hello, my name is Kelly Wakefield. I'm from Knox County. I don't really have a lot prepared. I did this at the last minute, and I so appreciate you letting me speak because I called you Victoria, and they were looking for Victoria instead of Virginia, but thank you. Okay. And
if you just, I'm sorry, I should say, just say your name and county of residence.
oh, I thought you heard me. Kelly Wakefield, Knox County.
Thank you.
Okay. So the last year, it's been really traumatic, I know, for everybody. And no matter what side of it you're on, since it seems like it has to be sides, everybody's passionate about it. So that's important. But what's really, really sad is how our children have to feel that they're diseased or something, that they have to walk around with the mask. You know, I think masks really do dehumanize people. And the reason I say that, because the way that I have seen us act towards each other, but just not people with masks, social media has a lot to play with that too. This is a comment that I saw, and it said, "This is so sad, and the idiots who don't wear masks are the least likely to die from COVID. If we were going to have a pandemic, the least that could happen is some Darwin survival of the fittest going on." I mean, what does that say about where we all are? That we're wishing that somebody would die to prove our point for our ego? I don't know. Most everything has been said here tonight, I think. But I do know that, like in basic medical school, I might not have degrees that some people have, but I have common sense. And I know in basic medical procedures that if you have a straight A average, you can fail out for not being able to put your PPE on correctly, dispose of it correctly, and then we expect our children to do that. Why are we failing out people incompetencies then that can't perform them and expect a child to be able to do it? See if I have any more points. Oh, well, I do want to say this about my children. I have a 17-year-old son and a 14-year-old son. And I want to say, first of all, I love our teachers. I've been so blessed. I have great teachers for my children always, and I always had great teachers. But my 17-year-old son is so scared. He had to do virtual. He cannot wear a mask. He has respiratory issues. He cannot wear a mask. And he has gotten so scared. He's 6 foot tall. He has to have his 5 foot tall mom because he's hardly left the house because he is so scared to even enter a store because he's scared of these Facebook groups are going to take a picture of him and put it on social media. What have we turned into for our kids? Why do we have to shame people because we feel different? Why should a child feel like that? It's heartbreaking. I want my child, these terms that are used, the new normal, there's no new normal. That's abnormal. Anti-masker, I'm sorry. That's divisive terms. We spend a ton of money just putting these commercials out here, a ton. Why couldn't that money have been used for fresh water, feeding children, or stuff like that? Where's this money coming from? Whose pockets is it going? I don't understand this. These children, it's disheartening. And I'm going to yield my time because that's all that I have to say.
Thank you very much. Kristen Eastman. Oh, she's gone. Okay. Tanya Coates. And after Tanya, it'll be Laura Branson.
Thank you. Tanya Coates, Knox County, President of the Knox County Education Association. So I didn't come here tonight to talk about masks, even though I can say that I'm not going to do it. I'm going to revert back to my more so of the days of the electric company. You know, some of you may be younger than that, because most of you look younger than I do. But the word is that we hope that the word of the day will be mitigate, right? That we're going to vaccinate to mitigate, to make sure that we are making sure that people are safe. But again, nope, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to talk about us when we have 7 weeks of school. You have excellently done an excellent job here in the state of Tennessee of having all your educators present and working. At least 90% of them showed up back to work this year. But with 7 weeks of school, no, I am not going to talk about where we have been and where we are going, because I know the word mitigate is going to settle with a bunch of people. We only have 7 weeks of school. I wish that the conversation would have been today, that we would have talked about that we have a statewide testing that's going to be forced upon our kids in the middle of a pandemic. Or I would wish that we thought about 20 years ago. Since 20 years ago, we have not raised the taxes here in Knox County to actually help take care of our heating and cooling system, to make sure that our kids can breathe fresh air and not have to be affected. But nope, I'm not going to talk about mask coverings. I'm just not going to do it. But I am going to say that I hope that the passion that was in this room today, and I know the conversations are genuinely worried about their kids, but we got some inequities in public education that needs to stop. And we need the research to be just as we talked about face coverings. No, I said we're not going to talk about that. But when it comes to budgeting, when you need to have money to actually help run Knox County schools, that same energy is that they're willing to raise taxes or make sure that kids are not being penalized over testing, or that educators can actually come to work and not have to worry about taking care of their other families that are going to be scrutinized. But no, I'm not going to talk about masks, because again, the word of the day is going to mitigate. Mr. Superintendent Thomas, he has one of his strategic goals that we need to make sure that we're focusing on those, on making sure we're fostering a positive culture. We got a long way to go, because we deal with a lot of disparities in this. When we have kids that are dealing with suicide in Farragut well before this pandemic came, and we have kids killing kids in our school system, but we're going to worry about what's on our face cover. No, I'm not going to talk about that, because our kids are suffering and they got a lot on their minds. And we as parents, we need to start, because I have kids in the Knox County school system. I have my adult kids and I have my nieces that go to this Knox County. I thank you for what you have done, because you have actually helped mitigate. You have gotten us to 7 weeks of school left. 7, you should be proud of yourselves of what you've done for this school system, because on the other side of the state, they have to argue with legislators about just being in school for 80 days. This is not where we need to be fighting. Our fight needs to be making sure that we're doing what's right for every single kid in this district, every single family in this district, because we have challenges. But again, people that do the research, we need your help when it comes to funding our kids, because in the state of Tennessee, we're number 46 in the nation of what we spend on per pupil for the state of Tennessee, and we need to do better. I'm asking you, with 7 weeks, knowing that your teachers in Knox County, your superintendent, his administration, they've done everything we could do to try to make sure this district stays on top. We're not going to talk about masks in 7 weeks worth of school. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura Branson. And Ms. Branson gets the honor of being our last speaker.
You meant to say save the best for last, right?
That is exactly right. If you could state your name and county of residence.
I am Laura Branson, and I live in Knox County. All right, I have some prepared words, but some things came up in the meantime that I just really wanted to say. We most definitely were segregated tonight, because the definition of that is the act or practice of segregating is a setting apart or separation of people from things or others, or from the main body or group. It's also the institutional separation of an ethnic
racial, religious, or other minority group from the dominant majority. I have to say, I'm learning very quickly, we are no longer the minority. We are the majority. And we want our voices heard. I cannot believe we were segregated to a room. And if you walked back there and saw the hypocrisy of the whole thing, where we were literally put in a small enclosed space with almost no circulation going through that area on top of each other. If you really believe that these masks and the social distancing, or I should say physical distancing, is that important, why did you do that to us? I also wanted to bring up something. Well, first of all, if you don't believe that we have a deep state running this nation and basically running the world, you're not really paying attention. If you think I'm crazy for saying that, again, you're not doing your own research and you're not paying attention. They are trying to divide us as a people because we are weaker when we're divided, and they are succeeding. So we have to be the ones to put our foot down and say, no more. We need to stick together and support each other through this. Dr. Buchanan said tonight that masks do work. My question for her is, if they work, why did she contract COVID? She's probably wearing her mask religiously all the time, as she should be. Why? Why did she get it? Explain that to me. Where's the science in that? And I'm sorry, I don't mean any disrespect, but she's wrong. I refuse to teach my child the proper method of wearing a mask. In fact, I will not be sending my future kindergartner, my third one, to school if we are requiring masks next year. It's been 3 weeks since Texas lifted their mask mandate, and the 7-day average in cases is the lowest it's been since June in that state. Again, go do the science, figure that one out. It is time. It is time to return to normal life. There is no new normal. That's crap. Not just for our own mental health, but especially for our children. Children and teenagers already have a hard enough time communicating thanks to the deluge of content and the content of technology and digital entertainment that's shoved at them all day long. Now they're being forced to have class on a computer. I mean, we're just turning their brains to mush. We're doing it to them every day. In fact, most kids, I bet, are handed a cell phone before they're even handed a rattle. Now all they hear is cover your face, stay this far away from people at all times. Hugging and handshaking is bad. People who choose to not cover their faces and keep a safe distance don't actually care about you and your well-being. Dr. Fauci, the CDC, the WHO, they ebb and flow as consistently as the ocean. First, it was social distancing and masks, then the vaccine. Wait, oops, nope, now you need to wear 2 masks and you're still not safe with the vaccine. And you have to continue wearing the mask and continue staying away from friends and family. The rhetoric of this goes on, and this is all ludicrous. What part of any of this doesn't wake everybody up? Some people are awake, but not everybody. We've got to wake up. We've got to do better. I know what they need. I know what my children need for their mental and physical good health. What I don't know, I ask our trusted physicians, who in fact have told me that they don't agree that these children should be wearing masks. That it could actually be poisoning them. Constantly breathing in one's own carbon dioxide is toxic. My children need to breathe fresh, clean air. 2 years ago, I never would have thought we would even be having this conversation. I am a citizen of the Republic for the United States of America. No school board should be able to take away my rights as a parent to govern myself and my own children. Telling me that my child is responsible for everyone else's accord is a communistic thought, and I will die fighting for that. Give us, the parents, the right to choose for our children. If 0 cases and 0 deaths is the goal, we need to go ahead and give up altogether as a society. How in the world do you think we've managed to survive for hundreds of thousands of years? If you think this is the worst thing the world has ever seen, and constitutes these drastic measures, then you've been living in a dream world.
Thank you.
Please
very much.
give us the right to choose for our children.
Thank you very much for coming. That concludes public forum.
Thank you, Ms. Babb. Okay, board forum.
Yes, thank you,
Ms.
Madam
Satterfield.
Chair. The resonating comment that just continues to be with me is that whoever this resonates with, be it board members, Knox County as a whole, really sit with the level of privilege you have to live in, and dare I say white privilege you have to live in for 5 hours to be discussed on masks. Just sit with that level of privilege.
Yeah, I actually want to say something which actually gets to education and not mass. I want to appreciate it. It got sent out right before our last board meeting, and it was the 2 videos that talked about basically what's going on next year, and then also what's going on with the summer. And I just want to say, I hope we all watch that, because I just don't think people realize what our central office staff does. I mean, after the state legislature passed something that they had to enact over the summer, I mean, I was blown away after watching the video and seeing what we are having to pull together to educate as many kids as we can over the summer to try to help them. And I just would like to appreciate the work that goes into that. And I don't think people realize that the amount that's going to have to be done, figuring out the students that are going to go to school this summer, figuring out a curriculum, figuring out the teachers for it. And I just want to say how much I appreciate what's being done on that.
Thank you, Ms. Babb. Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you.